Welcome to the City of Niagara Falls meeting for October 7th, 2025. Looking for a resolution to go on camera. Chris, Lori, all those in favor? Thank you.
Thank you. Alrighty, everybody, welcome to tonight's City Council meeting of Tuesday, October the 7th. We just concluded our in-camera meeting for the last couple hours, and now we're going to continue an open session. So we're going to, do we have somebody online? What was that? Did I hear somebody online? Just want to make sure we don't have anybody who will continue that. So we're going to continue on, folks. First order of business is the singing of O Canada. And I'd like to welcome up Morgan Hilliker to the microphone. And I'm going to introduce Morgan, give you a little bit of background on her, and then we're going to, hopefully everybody, if you're able to stand for the national anthem. So Morgan Hilliker, now I've known Morgan for a long time. She used to perform at Our Lady of the Scapular Church. She sang in the choir for many years, and she's done a lot of performances. She was born and raised in Niagara Falls. She has a Bachelor of Fine Arts in Theatre and a double major in Gerontology from Niagara University. She's been in many shows in the region, including with Linus Hand Productions, Yellow Door Theatre, as well as Shaw Festival when she was a child. She's worked with Smile Theatre in Toronto, performing in long-term care homes, as well as mental health facilities across the GTA. She's inspired by the power music has on the aging population. I think that's why she's here in this chamber.
Why are you looking at me? Why are you looking at me?
She'll be putting her gerontology degree to use. Morgan started her own business called Mind and Melody, where she currently provides music and socialization for seniors across Niagara region. Morgan recently finished a tour performing across Italy. Well done. Also, we know she's going to continue her studies in the UK, and hopefully we're going to be seeing her on the big screen and stages all over the place. So very talented, glad and proud to welcome her tonight. So please, if you can, stand and join Morgan in the singing of our national anthem.
Oh, Canada, our home and native land, true patriot love in all of us command. With glowing hearts we see thee rise, the true north strong and free. From far and wide, O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. God keep our land glorious and free. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee. O Canada, we stand on guard for thee.
So Morgan, just before you leave, I just want to thank you on behalf of all the people in the gallery, people watching at home, all of council. You did us proud. You're incredible, and we're going to be watching you closely because I know you got a lot more things to do. Thanks so much, Morgan. Well done. Thank you.
Excellent.
Next on the agenda is the land acknowledgement. And with the aim of educating our community, I'd like to invite Elder Jackie Labonte, traditional knowledge keeper and local member of the Haudenosaunee, to join us once again to share her testimony as we acknowledge and thank the Indigenous peoples who are stewards of this land for a millennia before us.
Thank you. I just want to add a little bit more to the land acknowledgement that has been acknowledged here, especially in this city of Niagara Falls, in moving forward to build those relationships with our Indigenous population here. And I think one of the strong elements that is recognized is the dish with one spoon. And that encompasses kind of an agreement between nations even, to utilize space, a common space, so that you're not going to deplete what's there, that we're able to all come together and utilize what we need to for our well-being and to still have some resources left. And I think one of the things that showed this, for me anyway, in our ceremonies, is that we recognize that the strawberry is the leader amongst all of the plants. And we have a ceremony for the strawberry, but also that strawberry drink is at the other ceremonies. And so for us, we have the benches there for the singers and the drummers, and a drink is prepared, that strawberry drink is brought in and put on the bench. It's just one pail and one dipper. And so anytime that anyone is thirsty, needs that drink to quench their thirst, then they can just come up to that pail and use that dipper and take a drink. And you're just quenching your thirst for that moment. Everyone else can do the same. Everybody has a responsibility to bring, say, some of those berries. We don't leave it all to one person. That'd be a pretty big job. Because we have sometimes 200, 300 people in our ceremonies. And if we're left to one person, that's a huge job. So our job is to help that responsibility. Everybody brings some berries to help take that juice so that it can be dispersed and everyone around it. And so we recognize that dish with one spoon is that concept is been here for hundreds and hundreds of years with our people. And so in moving forward, we see that in different aspects within our communities. And so we recognize and honor them. This is being embraced. This being part of the history, part of the teaching, part of the learning that's happening in our communities. To build that bridge, and I can see that the city of Niagara Falls has helped to build those bridges, changing those lights in the falls to orange, helping our regional populations in around this area. And so we recognize
We should get a new one. That's terrible.
this is happening, it's continuing, and
Can't even. Why?
yeah.
Quality's bad.
Thank you, Jackie. We're grateful for the land that we shared together. Now we move on to adoption of the minutes from our September 16th meeting. Motion by Councillor Carroll, second by Councillor Strange. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. Thank you for that. And now disclosures of a pecuniary interest. Do we have any disclosures of council? Okay, seeing none, let me just move along here to the mayor's reports and announcements. First off, we start with obituaries. We'd like to offer our sympathy to the families of Christine Dalton, the wife of Norm Dalton, retired city employee, and also to acknowledge the passing of our chair, Jim Bradley, who passed away recently, left an indelible mark politically and locally. Sad to see him go, and they will be naming a park after him in St. Catharines this week. I believe that's Wednesday or Thursday. So Jim, a good friend, a very good politician, a real gentleman, a real statesman. So we bid him adieu. Birthdays, we would like to acknowledge on Friday, October the 3rd was Jason McLean's birthday, our Director of Human Resources. Events and announcements. The MacBain Community Center celebrated its 20th anniversary. It's hard to believe it's already been 20 years. And I was joined by Councillors Lococo, Baldinelli, and Patel as we helped in the celebration of 20 years of the facility. It's good to see it so busy, a lot of energy, really buzzing, especially now that we moved the Coronation Center there. The seniors are especially enjoying it. And there you can see I was learning some dance moves, so it's a lot of fun. The South Niagara Mayor's Breakfast took place recently in Port Colborne. I was joined by a number of the other mayors from including Redicop, Junkin, Steele, and Grant, and it was a good exchange. Navratri, we had two separate Navratri celebrations. I was joined by Councillor Patel. One was at the Niagara Falls Convention Center, and the other one was at Fireman's Park, and it's a lot of fun as they have their celebration with lots of dancing, lots of music, lots of food. Line of Duty Death Ceremony. I was joined with Councillors Patel and Lococo along with our fire service, and I see a lot of you are in attendance today, and welcome for being here. We were together and of course acknowledging some losses and for the great sacrifice that are made. So thank you to all who attended. We had council representation at a number of events. When I can't be at all the events, Councillor Strange represented the city at the Big Brothers and Big Sisters and the Trillium Seed grant recognition, as well as the grand opening of Pete's Pizza. Also, I want to thank Councillor Lococo for joining us, or representing the city at the Niagara Falls Rowing Club recognition and boat christening ceremony. And thank you for sending in the pictures. We had some business milestones and events. We had Milestone Millwork on Drummond Road celebrating their 20th anniversary. I was joined by Councillor Patel as they celebrated a successful 2 decades in business. And then we were celebrating our 100th anniversary with the Clifton Group. And there we are with the Berlin family at Fireman's Park. I'm joined by Councillors Patel and Lococo. Very happy for them for 100 years of providing opportunities and entertainment right here in Niagara Falls on Clifton Hill. Especially after the loss of Charlie Berlin, Lisa's continued on with the company. Also, we celebrate the grand opening of Cosmic Paws. This young lady will help do all your dog grooming needs right across from Niagara Battery and Tire. Congratulations on the grand opening and the anniversaries. We did have a flag raising for the Franco-Ontarian flag raising's 50th anniversary, which took place at Fireman's Park. Luckily, the rain held off as we celebrated. And we had National Day of Truth and Reconciliation out at the Rosberg flag poles beside City Hall, and I was joined by Councillors Strange, Patel, and Lococo. Appreciate everybody being there. And our next City Council meeting will be Tuesday, October the 28th at City Hall. Excuse me. So now, there is a deputation that is going to be deferred. And I go to our clerk, if you could just walk us through this step here, Mr. Clerk.
Yeah, so next up on the agenda was to be a presentation regarding technology and digital master plan. And staff are just asking that council please make a motion for deferral, and we'll bring this back at the next meeting.
Okay, we've got a motion by Councillor Dabrowski, second by Councillor Baldinelli. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. And council, just respectful of the fact that we do have a number of our firefighters here, maybe we can move their agenda item up ahead of the planning matters. So I'd be looking for a motion to move 9.2 ahead of 8.1. Motion by Councillor Strange, second by Councillor Newestag. All those in favor? Okay, and that is approved. Thank you for that. So then we will go directly to 9.2. We can get you to call that up. And am I calling on our CAO? Okay, I'll call on our CAO to present the report.
Thank you. Council directed staff to go and come back with a negotiated contract with the City of St. Catharines for dispatch services. The report is presented as those 2 recommendations as discussed in camera. There'll be 2 additional recommendations. I did send those to each of you. I'll just read them. Recommendation number 3 is whereas the Niagara Falls Professional Firefighters Association has indicated their intention to challenge the transfer of communications to the City of St. Catharines through legal action, council directs staff to work to appoint an arbitrator or other appropriate body to hear this matter. And number 4 is whereas due to the magnitude of the issues, including public safety issues related to the existing operations of Niagara Falls Dispatch, which have been noted by third-party experts, the significant increase in financial costs to implement NG 911, as well as to bring the call center up to best practice standards, and the impending deadline to adopt NG 911, council directs staff to request that this issue be dealt with in an expedited manner.
Okay, thank you, Mr. CAO. Do you have any questions or comments for the CAO, Councillor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. The deputy chief provided a list of systems that the Niagara Falls Fire Department uses, and I want to make sure that we're confident that all of the systems that we're currently using that are more specialized for Niagara Falls, such as train, I can't remember what the train one was called, trains, high-angle rescue, the helicopter, are we confident that St. Catharines can provide all of those systems to us?
Mr. CEO?
Through the chair, and I'll have the chief comply. Yes, St. Catharines has reviewed it. They do a number of other, other municipalities with not dissimilar issues. There will be a change in some of the software that use for consistency, but other than that, they they've made that representation, and in reality, the contract also maintains that they have to hit their performance targets as pursuant to the contract.
The report said that we could end the contract if the performance was not at meeting our standard requirements. Are there any other processes other than ending the contract? Will we have the ability to speak with St. Catharines Fire Department and say this isn't going well, can we do this? I just don't want to end the contract because things are going not the way we expected. Is there an opportunity to correct some of the issues?
Mr. CEO?
Yep. The chief and/or his designate sits on a panel that all the chiefs or their designates sit on with St. Catharines Comms. So they provide services to, I believe, 13 other departments. They all have input into that and to the planning, so there's always feedback and continuous performance, and the reporting is updated to all the users of the system. So the exit clause is if they can't correct the issues, it allows us to exit the contract.
Okay, and my last question, are we confident that the number of calls that St. Catharines is going to be receiving, I think the report said there were 25 municipalities plus Niagara Falls, are we confident that they're going to be able to answer those calls in a very expedited manner? I have heard some concerns about in the past they weren't able to pick up the phone as quickly as they would like because there's so many municipalities relying on St. Catharines. Are we confident that that won't happen?
CEO?
Yeah, I'm not sure where those come from. They publish their statistics, they're measured. Their performance statistics are known and meet all the standards. As will be pointed out in the Fire Master Plan and what was pointed out before, we're not meeting our standards currently at the 90th decile. So, and that's one of the conditions, is if they don't meet those standards, that allows us to exit the contract. So they have to meet those standards or rectify to meet those standards.
Okay, and just to follow up on that, if we had to end the contract with St. Catharines, what does that look like to have to come back here because we don't have the communication center, we didn't upgrade to NG 911. What position would we be in if St. Catharines couldn't handle our contract?
Yep, your most likely recourse is to move to another call center distribution. And so there are other ones that we did research for this, but St. Catharines was the choice.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Councillor Newstead.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the CAO. Just expanding on Councillor Lococo, there seems to be some doubt that if they weren't making the call volume, obviously those municipalities may have pulled out. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to our CAO. What about the other municipalities? Has anybody left the St. Catharines? Has there been any concerns, any problems that have been identified that we should be aware of?
CEO?
Thank you. No concerns. At one point in time, St. Catharines was giving indications that they weren't going to continue on with their call center. And at that point in time, 2 of the local municipalities left. And I believe those municipalities their contracts are potentially coming up, and they might go back to St. Catharines at that point in time. But they've acquired more municipalities, and to the best of my knowledge, none have left for performance issues.
One last question, and through you, Mr. Mayor, to the CAO. Obviously, there's many other call centers that you looked at. Why do you feel that St. Catharines is the best option for us, or was there a close second that you considered as well?
I think St. Catharines provides a number of benefits. I think some of those were outlined to council, but their ability to because they dispatch all the other fire services except for 2 in the region, their ability to coordinate with it, their ability to, they're on the NRPS system, which was shared with the region and EMS. So there's a fair amount of coordination that goes, that's there. And there's also, you know, clearly an advantage of just being up the street, you know, 10 minutes away. That provides some local knowledge advantage that the other ones might not have.
Very good, thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Any other questions of council? Okay, so I understand we've got, Mr. Clerk, we've got some registered speakers.
Yes, Your Worship, we do have one delegation request from the Niagara Falls Professional Firefighters Association, and I'm told that Tim Lee is asked to speak before council.
Mr. Lee, welcome.
Mr. Mayor, Mr. Lee, you turn on the microphone, it's just at the base there. The base, but if you
Right
roll
in
the
front.
microphone down to the desk.
Yep, there you go.
Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, members of council, Mr. CAO. I stand before you today to express that the Niagara Falls Professional Firefighters Association's deep concern regarding the recent actions to remove bargaining unit work from our association. I'm respectfully requesting that the mayor and council refrain from proceeding with the removal of any bargaining unit work during the statutory freeze period. On July 16th, 2025, the Niagara Falls Professional Firefighters Association and the City of Niagara Falls engaged in binding interest arbitration before arbitrator Burkett. One of the key issues brought forth by the city was a proposal on contracting out bargaining unit work. I strongly urge the city to reconsider this process before the mayor and the council with the statutory freeze in effect. As failing to do so, we will be complied to initiate legal action against the City of Niagara Falls. Should the city wish to discuss this matter any further, I strongly advise conducting consultations through each party's legal counsel to ensure a fair and transparent process. I've been advised to not answer any questions at this time. All questions can be directed through our respective legal representatives. I thank you for your time, your attention on this important matter. I'm hopeful for a resolution that respects the rights, the agreements of all parties involved. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. So you're not going to answer questions, so we can't, okay. Normally, this would be the time for councilors to ask questions. Okay, thank you very much for that. Appreciate it. So do council have any questions for our CAO or our legal staff or any of the other staff? Any questions that they... Yes, Councillor Lococo. Is somebody on the line? What do we keep here? Okay. Councillor Lococo?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. For the amendments that the CAO read, do they address what the Firefighters Association just talked about?
Okay, good question, Mr. CAO.
Yeah, they expand on item number 2, so to provide very clear clarity, recommendation number 2, so they provide increased clarity on it, so the direction to appoint an arbitrator or other appropriate body to hear this matter is consistent with that.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions of council? Okay, seeing none, so you all have received a printed update with proposed amendment additions to the recommendations that were in the report online. So what's the will? Yes, Councillor Lococo.
Could we have that put up on the screen if possible? I know that the CAO read it out, but some
Oh, yeah,
people
there
are
it is.
visual.
Yep, there it is. You can scroll that up a little. There we go. Oh, a little bit higher there. Can we show a little bit higher? What's that? Oh, that's okay. You can't make that any bigger, can you? Or?
It's good on the screen.
Yeah. Okay, well, that's good. This council has a printed copy as well. So you've had a chance, you've heard the CAO, you've heard the president of the association speak. You've got the proposed amendments to address the concerns with number 2. So now we need to know the will of council. Councillor Carey.
Well, Your Worship, I'll ask the question that seems to be the elephant in the room, that we are going to approve 1 and 2, but 3 indicates that we're going to meet with an arbitrator. Should we be doing 1 and 2 before the city does 3 and 4? That would be my question to Mr. Burgess.
Okay, good question. Mr. CAO?
Yeah, currently, council has not made the decision to move the communication center. So currently, the statement or the position of council is not to move it. Therefore, there is nothing for the arbitrator to deal with. The only time it's a live issue is if a decision has actually been made, which is contingent upon the arbitrator's ruling. So at this point in time, council is actually on the record of not moving dispatch to St. Catharines. If you want to move it to St. Catharines, you have to make that decision, but the decision, the ability to implement the decision will be put to an arbitrator, and the arbitrator will have a ruling, and that will come back to council at that point in time.
So by moving 1 and 2, it doesn't stop 3 and 4 from being effective. We're not suggesting that. 1 and 2 just gives you the opportunity to kick in 3 and 4.
That's correct. And 3 and 4 makes it very specific that council is asking for an arbitrator to rule on this in an expedited manner.
Okay, then in that case, then I would move the recommendation.
Okay, we've got a motion by Councillor Carrier, seconded by Councillor Patel. You want to speak to that, Councillor?
Yes, Mr. Mayor. This decision is purely financial. Every time when we come to budget time, we keep on asking our CEO to come up with some savings and find efficiency. And this is where we save. We have to cut in every department, and we have to start somewhere. And I remember a couple of years ago, I asked Mr. CEO to find $1 million saving, and he did come up with $250,000 saving, and we said, no, we're not going to accept that. So we have to do it. We have to be fair to all the departments, and I said it over and over. Even last time when we were here, I said, cuts are coming into every department, and well, every department has to bear the cuts. So I'm going to support this motion, and I think it's a good move. It's not affecting services. It's only affecting our bottom line. That's the way I see it. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. Councillor Newestag.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. And I would agree with Councillor Patel. A couple of years ago, and I'm going to reiterate what happened, we were given this choice, and we asked the fire chief to, so we agreed with him, although it was very hard for us to make that decision because we were hearing the cost savings from the CEO. He made a very good case. We wanted to support the fire department, but then it came back not only that amount, but many more. So in the over and above millions of dollars, I'm sure he can give us the exact number, as well as we're not even meeting our 90th percentile. So it's not only money, it's a safety issue too, from my understanding. So we have to care about the residents of Niagara Falls, and I think it's a bigger issue than one thing like that. So I agree with Councillor Patel that we need to look at cost savings and what is the best for our residents, as well as meeting the exceeding the 90th percentile. So it's something that if we were able to do it, we also asked if there would be other ways that we could save money by bringing other municipalities in. That didn't happen, so we're at a position now that we have to make a very strong decision that it's about the financial as well as the safety. So I thank you.
Okay, thank you, Councillor. We've got Councillor Strange.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Is there anyone that could go over the cost with us that maybe a lot of people don't know about as far as comparables?
Sure, we can ask our CAO.
Sure, so the rough cost, and I'll make sure Ms. Darlington pulls up the previous report. But we're currently running about $1 million in operating costs for our call center today. St. Catharines is below $600,000 for the cost with no capital. We currently budgeted $400,000 for capital. And then we would have to add on to that capital, though we might get some money back from government funding for that. And then we've had 2 expert opinions plus the performance issues with the fire master plan that are all recommending to go to a second seat, to have 2 seats in the call center because we're a single seat call center currently. The cost of an additional seat is more than $800,000 per annum for that. There was also the issue of skill fade that was identified by using non-full-time communicators as backfill into the communication position. So that would probably alleviate that issue also. So when you say, well, you're going to save about $600,000 right off the bat in operating, if you move to another seat in a call center, that's another $800,000. So on a per annum basis, that's about $1.2 million. Then there's the administrative cost of maintaining our GIS, our IT systems and all that. And in that report, it was just under $500,000, I believe $454,000. So you add on that additional cost that we'd have to outlay to maintain the GIS system. And then you have the capital cost of the system, which would be separate. So on an annual basis, you know, you're $1.5 million more than what you're paying for today. And that's on an annual basis, plus capital on top of that.
And I don't know if yourself or our Director of Finance, what would that be on our tax base as a percentage?
Almost 2%. Just less than 2%.
That's it for now? Okay. Councillor Carrio, then Lococo.
Thank you, Worship. I really don't look at this particular move as a way of cutting money to our fire services. I'm looking at this as a better way to manage money that we know that fire services are going to need in the near future. So I think that this is a good way to save some money that obviously we will have. I don't ever remember being in this council chambers and cutting money that was out to be allocated for fire services or chinsing out on fire services. I'm looking at this as just a better way to manage our money, to be able to buy things and spend money that may be more needed and better used for our fire services.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Lococo.
Yeah, it has, just on Councillor Carrio's point, the fire master plan has identified the need for a new station. And if you remember, when you add a new station, you're adding significant staff and additional resources for that. So there's also a need in fire prevention there. So there will be, even though this looks like a savings, in 3 or 4 years' time, that savings will be, the cost for the fire department will be higher than it is today for sure.
Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. This is a very faceted issue. At the end of the day, we have to look at safety and we also have to look at financial sustainability. Unfortunately, our technology and digital presentation wasn't presented today, and it really outlined how far behind the city of Niagara Falls is with technology and our digital programs. And I think that comes over to our fire department as well. I think we are behind and lacking in our fire department systems, and in order to move forward, especially with the next generation 911, we would have to spend a lot of money to get to the standards where we need to be from the government. I understand that the fire department, how they feel about the change, and I think we've looked at many different possibilities. I think that this is the best solution. However, I want to ensure that we are abiding by the contract, the agreement with the Fire Association, and I'm hoping that the arbitrator will work towards getting us where we need to be. We all have a responsibility, staff, council, our fire department, and the St. Catharines Fire Department, to make this work. We're here to serve our residents in a safe manner and a fiscally responsible manner. I know this is not going to be a popular decision, and I'm sure all of us have really gone through all of the different scenarios, but at the end of the day, I think that this is going to be the best solution for us.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Lococo. Do we have any other comments or questions of council? Okay, I think we've all said our part. We're going to now call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. I just want to thank and offer our respect to our firefighters. Council made their decision, and this is done for now, and we'll see what happens with the arbitration at that point. Thank you. What's that? Okay. Okay, folks, Mr. Clerk, if you would, please introduce the next item on the agenda.
Public meeting is now being convened to consider a proposed amendment to the city's official plan and zoning bylaw to permit a 6-story mixed-use building with 73 residential dwelling units and commercial uses, excuse me, on the first floor at 4965, 4971, and 4981 Stanley Avenue and 5516 Morden Drive. Notice was given by first-class mail in accordance with the Planning Act on September 5th, 2025, and by posting a sign on the property in question. In accordance with Bill 185, the minister, the applicant, or a specified person, public body, or registered owner of any land to which the official plan amendment and bylaw will apply, who made oral submissions at a public meeting or written submissions to City Council prior to the adoption of the official plan amendment and/or passage of the bylaw, may appeal the official plan amendment and/or the bylaw to the Ontario Land Tribunal. Third-party appeals are no longer permitted.
Thank you, Mr. Clerk. I'd now call upon Nick Benedetti, our planner 2, to explain the purpose and the reason for the proposed amendments. Mr. Benedetti, welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, members of council. We're here to discuss official plan and zoning bylaw amendment application AM 2025-2. Surrender Paul as the applicant, Michael Allen, ACK Architect, as the agent. And it's basically to permit a 6-story mixed-use building containing 73 residential units with 446 square meters of commercial uses located on the first floor. So this gives you basically a neighborhood perspective. Again, the area in red is where the proposal is. Again, we're on Stanley Avenue, Valleyway in this area. We have Oaks Park over here, the cemetery, with additional school facilities here. We have Leslie Park here, another school here, and additional park here. And again, this gives you a closer location map, again on Morden and Arthur, with Stanley Avenue as your arterial road, being a regional road. Some background information. The subject area is designated residential located in the built-up area in the city's official plan. The proposal is currently zoned neighborhood commercial zone with an R1C in accordance with 79-200. The applicant is seeking an official plan amendment to establish a special policy area to increase the density from 100 units to 175. And additionally, the applicant is looking at rezoning it to a site-specific R5F zone for the development with the 5-story, 72-unit mixed-use building with commercial located on the main floor. There was a public house meeting on June 16th. Basically, the agent, the owner, staff, and 9 members of the public were in attendance. 2 emails were received. The residents concerned dealt with density, height, the type of and impact of the commercial uses. There was a concern about the reduction of parking and preservation of green space and setbacks. So to summarize the open house, what occurred at the meeting, basically, again, it was dealt with excessive height and density. And there was a response, basically, it's a 6-story permitted use in the official plan. It's positioned close to Stanley Avenue for a buffer. There is a setbacks at the 2nd and 4th floor, and there is a density increase from 175 units, which is supported efficient use of service land. The type and impact of commercial use. It's low impact and it's small retail, and it's oriented towards Stanley Avenue with buffered from the homes. There's going to be no late night or high intensity uses. There was then an opposition to reduction of parking requirement. They are reducing it to the 1.4 to the 1.15. Now, I know the city can't support the 1.1 based on our parking demand study that our transportation services completed. Our transportation services support it, aligns with the official plan for a walkable transit supportive community. And then the final comment was preservation of green space and setback. Again, there is a reduction from the front and side yard, but there is a larger rear buffer separating the properties to the west There's enhanced landscaping. There's new trees proposed on street frontages. And basically, the current zoning does permit similar reductions in green space in the NC neighborhood commercial zone. Planning analysis. Basically, the development conforms to provincial, regional, and city policies. It's meeting the intensification target of the 50% in residential units in the built-up area. The site is well located near transit, public parks, including neighborhoods serving commercial use at grade. It's appropriately designed with setbacks and compatible with the transition with the surrounding uses. And finally, the development is broadening the local housing mix with 6 attainable units. The proposal advances municipal objectives for compact growth, housing, diversity, complete and walkable communities. So our recommendation is that council approve the official plan and amendment and zoning bylaw amendment to increase the permitted density allowed, rezone the subject lands to the development for the 6-story, 73-unit mixed-use building, subject to the regulations outlined in the report.
Okay, that's great. Thank you very much, Mr. Di Benedetti. Do we have any questions of council? Got Councillor Lococo and Councillor Patel.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I think that it's a great development. It's in a good place, but I do have a couple of concerns. It talks about the shadowing for the residents on the east side, that they're getting the most shadowing. How many houses are there? How many units are there?
Through your worship, that area that's being affected by the shadowing on the east side is actually not during the peak summer hours. It's going to be in the winter time where the angle of the sun is at a lower angle, and it's really affecting just the front part of the properties, not the whole property.
Thank you. And how many properties?
It would be the 4.
Four properties. Okay. Thank you. And the other concern I had was about the parking. I understand that we're looking at reducing our parking, and but I know when we reduce the parking, we end up getting complaints that people are parking on the road, that there's not enough room in the lot. People park on the street overnight and snow plows go, and then people get plowed in, and then the people who rely on the plowing aren't getting their driveways plowed, and then the same with the street sweeping. So I looked at it said a 19-seat cafe. There's only 13 parking spaces for office, restaurant, and retail. So 19-seat cafe, say you have 8 cars with 2 people each, that's 8 out of the 13, then that leaves 5. And some of the complaints I'm getting from some more senior people in these buildings is that they have caregivers come on a regular basis, and then their caregivers can't park anywhere. So now we have an office, we have the restaurant and retail, and then residential. Is this really enough parking for that large of a development? Through the mayor to Mr. Di Benedetti.
Benedetti, any comments on that?
Yes, through you, your worship, through Councilman Lococo. We're not touching the commercial parking regulations. They are staying at the 1 to 25 standard, where the reduction is to the residential at the 1.15. So in regards to the commercial, the office space, when you mentioned the restaurant, that's a 1 to 5 parking standard. And that would be in comparative to the 1 to 25. So the commercial component parking standard is not being touched, only the residential component is.
Okay, thank you. So my concern then is on the residential side, if there's enough spots for visitors and the home care that we're often seeing people, where can those people park? I think it's a great development. I'm just concerned in parking in general. Thank you.
Okay, thank you for that. Councillor Patel.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, I just had a question. Are they all rentals, or they are available for purchase?
Through your worship, they're going to be purchased, not going to be rentals.
Okay. So somebody, when they buy the unit, they will know what the parking space is available. So it's nothing that they would not know what they're getting into.
You are correct.
Perfect.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. Councillor Newestag.
As we've been going through the CIP, actually through to, I guess, I'm not sure if you'd be able to
Mr.
answer or not. Yeah, I know, Mr. Diodati. This looks exactly like when we're going through the CIP discussions. This is exactly what they're asking for. They're looking for intensification, commercial on the lower level, and more units above. Is this going to fall within the corridor of the CIP?
Through your worship, no, that doesn't fall into the CIP area. No.
Okay, so that would be kind of a concern, because you're looking at this, they're looking at a lot of investment. Actually, I never even looked at that area as a place for this intensification, and yet when you see this, it makes so much sense. As you drive by, there's a lot of vacant land. That is a great area for intensification. Perhaps through you, Mr. Mayor, that we can go back and maybe consider this as being part of the CIP area, and that they would be able to qualify for that. It's just a suggestion. I know it's not in your area. It's probably to Ms. Dolch.
Ms. Dolch, like
Thank you, Your Worship, through you to the councillor. So with our CIP areas, we've been focusing, obviously it's going out to the public for open house tomorrow for some of our CIPs, not all. We haven't really contemplated the residential CIPs yet. That's coming forward shortly. But in terms of this, we've been focusing on nodes and corridors. It's not to say that the nodes and corridors may not change through our official plan review, but right now we're focusing on the nodes and corridors that we currently have and have been
Is this not, through you, Mr. Mayor, is this considered a corridor, Stanley Avenue?
No, not in terms of our current approval,
Okay.
like our current plans that we have, but it's something that definitely I'll take away and we'll look at through our OP and whether that changes.
I think through you, Mr. Mayor, it would be a great idea. I never even looked at this area as being, because when we've been talking about it, we look basically at those other areas. And then when you see this and you drive down, it's a perfect place to really look at concentration intensification, because it's on it for all the reasons that you've explained through this proposal. Thank you.
Thank you, Worship.
Thank you for that.
Yes, we will.
Is there anybody else that hasn't spoken yet before I move to the second round? Okay, Councillor Lococo.
Just one more confirmation. I want to get this right. So there's 5 units that are going to be considered attainable, well, affordable, 499,400, and they're 526 square foot. Is that correct?
Yes, through your, yes.
So we are seeing that there is a percentage of this building that will be more affordable for people at the 499.
Yeah, it'll be lower priced, yeah. Councillor Baldinelli.
Through you, Chair, just a couple of questions. First of all, 73 units, how many houses do we have around that location? Are they all bungalows?
Through you, they're pretty much
Single-story
detached
bungalows?
dwellings, yeah, the majority up and down in that neighborhood.
And so you're contemplating no traffic issues on either side of Arthur? Obviously, there's a turn-in and turn-out. So we have Stanley, no turn-ins and turn-outs. So you don't think that's going to affect any of the traffic around the neighborhoods?
Through you. Based on the traffic study, they're anticipating the flow will come out on Morden and Arthur onto Stanley. Now, yes, there might be a few cars that might go through the subdivision, but based on their study, the majority of the flow would be coming onto Stanley. And then when being a regional road, when they reviewed it, they actually didn't even have any concerns. They were fine with the proposal based on the traffic study.
I've driven down that road before, and to make a left-hand turn if you're going north is horrendous. You back up all the traffic. It's a single lane area. I can see people avoiding Stanley and having 73 units with your restaurants or your facilities down in the basement going through the neighborhood. And I don't think the neighborhood, where's the next tallest building you have in that area? This is 6-story. I know there's a 3-story apartment building in behind. How far away do you have to get before you get to 6 stories?
Do you know that? I don't know if you know that, Mr. Diodati, off the top of your head.
I was trying to,
There's a police station there, right?
I was just trying to bring down maybe on the.
Police station is not a living facility.
Yeah, the police station.
That's on the highway. That's on the highway. Is that 6 stories?
I don't know, not
No.
quite 6.
I was trying to bring up the
I
big
don't know if
map.
it fits. I'm just suggesting. I don't think it really fits in the area.
Yeah, there's the there's the radiator, there's a
there's a
3-story apartment on the
That's-
Valleyway, we're next to the park.
Lower Seacourt area or something like that. It's set back though, right?
Well, just around, just on, up on
Yeah,
on
yeah.
Huck Park over there, they got the
I know,
three-story.
I know the answers, that's why I'm asking. But thank you, that's all the questions I had.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions of council? Okay, seeing none, council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant. I'm sorry, let me back up. Members of the public are advised a failure to make an oral written submission at this public meeting could result in the Ontario Land Tribunal dismissing any referral it receives. Council will now hear from anyone other than the applicant who wishes to speak to the proposed amendment. Mr. Clerk, do we have anybody registered?
No one had registered to speak to this, so you could go to the gallery.
Anybody here other than the applicant who wishes to address council on this matter? Yes, that would be, yes. You'd have to come up to the microphone here. And if you could just state your name and your address, then you've got up to 5 minutes.
I won't take that
And there
long.
might be questions too, yeah.
Okay, no problem. Can you hear me okay?
Yeah, oh yeah. Yep.
I'm on Arthur Street, 5506. My name's Amanda Graveline. And I just wanted to speak to the point about the traffic. I'm right on the corner, actually, of Stanley and Arthur Street. So when I leave my driveway, I am right dead set where I believe the new sort of out from the parking lot of this building's going to be. The building's not even here yet, and already people park on the street. A lot of people park on the street. So we lose a lot of space as it is. When you leave our driveway and you make a left onto Stanley, as you said, already it takes me sometimes 8 minutes to make a left-hand turn because there's the light that sort of sandwiches us in. There's the, I just moved here like a year ago, so forgive me. What are the two lights by Clancy's and...
up on Morrison?
Thank you. Yeah, so there's two lights there. So sometimes there's just traffic that comes in and out for quite a while because the lights don't agree with each other. So my concern is with this building, you said now 175 units plus the retail space.
73 units.
Yeah, so that's a lot of bodies kind of moving in and out. And so I'm just concerned about, we live in a relatively quiet neighborhood and it's nice. So having that extra bit of traffic might be just disruptive. Yeah, so that's all I really wanted to say. I agree with the traffic and the parking situation. So now what do I do?
Okay, so now, I thank you. And is there any questions of council for Ms. Gravely? Yes, Councillor Strange?
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Not really a question to you, but a question maybe to our planner or anyone might know. Is there any chances that the one-lane traffic will be turning into a two-lane on Stanley going
North, further north?
going north? Because it just goes into a single and it kind of gets caught up in traffic. I don't know if it's regional.
alleyway.
Yeah, right at the regional. I don't know if there's anything that you know about that, any future.
Mr. Stika, you have an insight into the future on a regional road.
Sure, thanks. Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor, I'm not aware of anything, but that's something we can go back to with our regional counterparts and see if that's on their short or long-term roadmap for the future.
Nice flower you have there too, Mr. Stika. Looks good. Okay, so, Councillor Carrier.
Just a quick comment, Your Worship, when that developer comes to the mic, we might be able to get a better answer for this young lady if we ask what target he's shooting for to fill this building. Because if he fills it with a lot of seniors or people that may not have a lot of cars, he may not have the problem at all. Might depend on who's going to be in the building, on how many cars are going to be there. So we'll ask that question for her.
Okay.
Because they can be transit users too, right? Because arterial roadway. Any other questions for Ms. Gravely? Okay, thank you very much. Your daughter did a good job. She sat there nice and quiet. Is there anyone else other than the applicant?
I have a question.
For staff? Yeah, go ahead, Councilor. Yep.
Through you, and we always talk about development, infill into older neighborhoods such as this one. It just doesn't seem consistent to everything that's around it. Not talking about parking, but why would staff encourage approval of this on a development that seems so inconsistent with the surrounding areas? I'm trying to wrap my head around it, but when's the last time we've approved 6 stories or 8 stories in such a an older area of the city that's not consistent with what's currently in place. If I just trying to rationalize it, maybe they can help
Okay,
me
Ms. Dolce.
rationalize it.
Sure, we'll go to Ms. Dolce for some insight.
Thank you, Your Worship. So obviously the goal of planning long-term is to intensify, obviously. If we continue to grow the way we have grown way back in terms of urban sprawl and sprawling repeatedly, we will run into financial difficulty by having to maintain the pipes, sewers, sidewalks, all the other things that go with sprawl. Intensification does assist with that, so we put more people on the pipes, more people in the roads, more people on things we have to maintain. Ideally, obviously, we have transit, and transit's supposed to support these types of uses. In terms of consistency, from a planning perspective, we don't look at things that are different as not consistent with what's around it. We look at, is residential compatible with other residential? Yes, it is. So we do look at it in that light. In terms of the things we need to mitigate, yes, we look at, is there traffic problems? Will there be parking issues? We don't feel either of those based on the studies. And again, is there shadow impacts, wind impacts, anything else, any other impacts that we can look at to determine, does this fit the neighborhood in terms of, is it not compatible, but works with the neighborhood function? So those are the things we try to look at in intensified areas. And the places we do try to intensify are the things you're seeing here. Regional roads, other corridors that are arterial corridors. Again, if you're looking at a cul-de-sac road or something that dead ends, those things probably aren't the most ideal to start to look at something like this, or just standard local roads. We try to minimize that, but definitely on collectors and arterial roads, we want to intensify. That's where transit is. That's where we're going to really start to intensify.
Okay, fair enough, and I appreciate that, Ms. Dolce. I still don't see where this fits within the neighborhood. And I know there's additional need for housing within our community, and we're developing at a rapid rate along McLeod Road. We're building, improving apartment buildings off of Lundy's Lane. So I don't think it fits. I think there will be traffic issues as well. I think it's a very busy area, and I could appreciate that we want more commercial, and we're looking to build more development with commercial space with 5 stories or 6 stories above. We have Clancy's down the corner. I lived here all my life. I just don't think it fits with the neighborhood, and I don't think I'll support it. But appreciate you answering my question.
Okay. Thank you. Remember, folks, try to keep it to questions at this point. We'll keep our statements for the end. Councillor Newstag, you're good? Okay. So if there's no one else here to speak to this, we'll now hear from the applicant or his or her representative. And if you want to step up and share your name.
Good evening, Your Worship, members of council and staff. I'm Michael Allen, Principal Architect for ACK Architect Studio, and with me is Nicholas Godfrey. He's the Senior Planner for Upper Canada, and we're here representing the owner-developer, Mr. Swinder Paul. So, starting out, this site is a very unique site, and for the presentation, we will be illustrating this. The site in itself, what makes it very unique is the fact that it is defined by 3 streets, accessible by the 2 in the design with it. But what makes it more important is the fact that it's accessible to the surrounding parks, schools, and commercial nodes. Primarily because all of these things are accessible through walking, biking, vehicular access, and the public transit node, which the building itself was designed to accommodate. The objective of our proposal, as we'll illustrate through our presentation, is to create a design that will respect and enhance the unique neighborhood in the surrounding area. But this will be done through the design and the built form that we're going to be presenting, simply because it's also utilizing the existing infrastructure and services that are already within the city's built-up area. So I'm going to pass it over to Nicholas so you can talk briefly about the planning matters that frame this. And this is not working. There we go. Sorry, guys. Nicholas.
Thank you. Through you, Mayor. Good evening, members of council, staff, and the public. So just want to give a high-level summary from a planning perspective. Nick's already delved into a lot of the broader points, but I just kind of want to put a bow on it with my explanation of what the application proposes. So what we're looking at is official plan and zoning bylaw amendment to facilitate a mixed-use development. The application, in my opinion, directly aligns with and helps implement the city's official plan. Specifically, its strategic commitment to creating complete communities. So the proposed development achieves this by integrating commercial and residential uses, providing additional housing types and encouraging appropriate, sensible density. So as Michael will explain through his slide presentation, the design has been sensitively scaled to respect existing residential properties, and it creates a planned transition in mass and form, serving as a bridge between the busy arterial road and established community. It also introduces new housing options and enhances the neighborhood by providing local commercial uses that can be accessed by area residents. It's not meant necessarily to bring people by car, but also to service people through walkability, cycling, etc. And also additional employment opportunities where residents can meet their daily needs. So in summary, and I'll let Michael finish with the context and land use and the design of the building, in my professional opinion, this is a thoughtful plan that respects the neighborhood while actively delivering on the city's vision for a modern, complete community. Thank you.
So with the subject site outlined there, as you are aware, it is a proposed 6-story, 73-unit condominium development. Starting with the setbacks, as we've illustrated there, it was strategically positioned and the building sited, A, to respect the existing fabric along Arthur Street and Morden Street, but also to define the public realm along Stanley Avenue, which you'll see in the landscape design. But in doing so, it also allowed us to put the building closer to the east, giving us more of a setback to the residential fabric to the west. As part of the proposal, we're requesting the 45% lot coverage. I wanted to include this illustration so you could see the overall footprint of the building. We've designed the building with extensive overhangs so that the building's not taking up the entire site. We've done the overhang so that you actually get a visual and physical appearance through the site. It's also part of the integration with the access to the building and also integrating it with the public transit that currently is in front of our property. So with this site, we're proposing 97 parking spaces. We have 40 spaces on the surface, of which 13 will be allocated for the commercial. I know there was comment with respect to the commercial and the restaurant. The concept with the commercial is to create neighborhood type of commercial. So it's a cafe, small service shops. We're not looking at big restaurants for people to be coming from all over the place. These are commercial nodes within the building that will service the residents of the building and the people within the immediate community. As you can see in this illustration, we then have 57 parking spaces underground, which will serve the condominium development as well. The remaining space underground is going to be utilized for mechanicals as well as storage lockers for the occupants. As we get to the main floor, you can see that the main floor is predominantly taken up by the 4,800 square feet of the commercial space. The access to the building is in the back where we've got the overhang where it directly links to the transit right at the corner of Stanley and Arthur Street. The residential units start on the second floor. The units themselves will be a combination of 1 and 2 bedroom units. The units will range from 526 square feet up to 1,025 square feet. And as you can see in the illustration, 1 unit per floor will be allocated for the attainable housing market for the development itself. Third floor is identical to the second floor. The fourth floor, that is where we actually step the building. We step the building away from the residential fabric along Morden Street. The area where we are stepping the building, we are proposing it to be a rooftop terrace, garden terrace. But in the decision, or in the design itself, the parapet walls along the west and the southwest portion of the building, which you will see along there, they're being designed so that they're going to be higher walls, so that when you're on the terrace, you won't be able to see into the residential neighbors, and the neighbors won't be able to see into the roof. Your principal views are going to be to the Oaks Park and a small little area just to let some light in from the existing parking area. So then the 5th and 6th floor are identical to the 4th floor as it moves up. So this gives you an illustration of the building as it sits on the context for the site with respect to the surrounding area. As we get into the landscape, what it allows us to do is to A, focus along Arthur Street, Stanley Street, and Morden in establishing a new residential fabric, public realm with street landscaping, patios for the commercial and so forth. But what also allows us to do is to create enhanced landscaping along the west with intense landscaping as well as fencing to create that border between the properties itself. So I'm now just going to go through these quickly. This is the two-dimensional aspect of what we just went through on the illustrations, but as you can see, this is the underground garage. As you get to the main floor, you can see again the commercial, but what we also wanted to illustrate, you can see how the access into the condominium building as it relates to the front of Stanley with the transit, also having some small amenity space, but we're also providing a lot of space for indoor bike parking, as well as all the garbage is going to be contained within the building. So it's not even going to be out on the site, it'll be within the building itself. And then the ramp goes down to the lower area. Then you can see the second floor. We've maintained that attainable unit. It will be stacked all the way up in the building. It's actually in a nice spot as well, so you're going to get good views, natural light, all units with their balconies. And then this just gives you the illustration of the Stanley Road elevation, giving us the opportunity to create that new definition along Stanley. Gives you a better understanding of what it will look like. The west elevation. I wanted to include this illustration because angular plane is a very important tool when we're doing infill within existing areas of the city. The angular plane is used by all municipalities as well as designers so that we can actually design the building so that it's not infringing upon the privacy and overlook of our neighbors and streets and so forth. We've done the various sections of the building from east to west, and we're illustrating, and this is exactly where the existing residential houses and the street are, that our building falls well within that angular plane. So that is something we took a lot of concern and design thought in to make sure that we did not compete on overlook. So our proposed 6-story mixed-use condominium development will create a vibrant building and a vibrant site design. It will provide a transition from Stanley into the existing residential fabric. The building will feature contemporary architecture that we wanted to prioritize community and the connectivity through the provisions of defining the street edge. And that's with the landscaping, the patios, the balconies, the main floor commercial space that will service not only our building, but it will serve the neighborhood that it's built within. The project will define and enhance the public realm, the corners of the property, and it will not only be aesthetically pleasing, but we feel it will be very functional for this site within the existing city built-up area. So with that, we'll open it up to any questions or comments you may have. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Allen. Any questions of council for Mr. Allen? Councilor Carey.
Thank you, sir. Very nice looking development. When I look at it, I think it lifts the area. It's, if not as nicer than the surrounding area, which I think would be an improvement and help the people that live there, bring their prices up, bring the value of their homes up. I'm sorry, but I didn't hear when you said about the size of the units.
They will range from, through your council worship, through 525 square feet up to 1,026 square feet. The average unit is about 750 square feet. That's the majority of the units in there. We have about 3 or 4 at the 1,000 square feet. We have 4 at the 525.
So the question, I guess, relates to just trying to figure out what crowd or what market you're after. Seniors, young people, everybody. It seems like a very nice building. Underground parking. It seems like an upper class building. Do you have an idea about the price range of the units at this time? Or?
Through your worship, the market's a bit of
a
crazy game right now, but this building is being built for the people. We don't see this as a building that's just going to go out to investors to buy units and rent units. We wanted this building to be in the community, part of the community. That's what also made this building very unique, because you literally can walk to the Stanford Green area. You can walk down to Valleyway. You can walk to downtown. We've got 2 or 3 schools around at parks. So is it something that a new family would take potentially? Is it definitely something that a retired couple would want to be because this is their community and they want to stay in it? Absolutely. So I think it's a building that's going to cater to a variety of demographics, and that's what we feel is going to keep the community strong.
I know Councillor Carey mentioned about a price range too. I don't know if it's too soon to know. And we know on the low end for the affordable attainable, it's going to be under 500,000. So is it, I guess the bigger the unit, the more you pay square footage, right? Over 1,000 will be probably double that or more. Right?
Yeah, it could be, Your Worship. Again, I don't want to play with numbers and stuff because the devil's always in the detail. So when we start detailing a building of this magnitude, things get, we want the look to stay the same, but it may not be real stone or limestone. It may be imitation stone and stuff like that. So the market's going to dictate.
Okay, great. Thank you for that. Councillor Carey, anything else? No. You're good? Okay. No. Councillor Baldinelli.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I think it's a beautiful design, absolutely beautiful. I'm not understanding exactly, but like currently I think that the density is appropriate as is. So when you say it's an appropriate density, what do you actually mean by that?
Well, through Your Worship, I'll let Nicholas talk through the planning aspect and then
Please
I might rephrase on it from a design standpoint.
Yeah.
Well, so by saying appropriate density, what I mean is some of the points that Kira or Ms. Dolce echoed.
Right.
It's the location, so you're on an arterial. You've got access to bus routes, so what that does is it introduces multimodal options. What I mean by that is walkability, bikeability. So you want the location to be able to benefit from amenities where people don't necessarily have to use a car. So that supports density when you're located within those, approximate to those amenities. So parks, things like that, you can walk to. So in terms of
I was just
appropriate
questioning
density as well.
appropriate,
Yeah, so the way the site's been scaled, the supporting studies we've submitted, the shadowing study, the traffic study, the wind study, the noise study, all these things also attest to the appropriateness of the built form and the location. The traffic study as well, I mean, the study, in the words of the study, said there would be an imperceptible uptick in noticeable traffic on these roads. So yeah, that was a technical study reviewed by staff, reviewed by the region. So by the appropriateness of the density, it's that we're adding people here, but the surrounding area, the surrounding built form, the connectivity supports that location, supports that unit count.
And the complete community, I think it's already there, but how do you think you're going to enhance and make a complete community more complete?
Yeah, sure. Through you, Mayor. Complete means you're adding additional elements to the neighborhood. So someone at that block might want to walk to a coffee shop, might want to walk to a hair salon. There's nothing really that walkable at this exact location, but we're adding that. We're adding that completeness. We're adding that walkability. So we're filling out the commercial fabric in the neighborhood. So you have additional options. You have redundancy of commercial options that people can rely on.
So the Tim Hortons down the street wouldn't be walkable?
Well, it's walkable, but then there's another option, right?
It's just a question I have. I mean, you know, especially if you want to live beside a park where there's lots and lots of kids. So, you know, and there's a lot of kids around there, and there's a lot of traffic because, you know, all these developments, although it's a beautiful design, you know, there's the right development in the right place is always key. So, and everybody could attest to traffic. I mean, you could tell me that traffic's not going to increase, and it's going to increase because it's increased everywhere in Niagara Falls, and it's just going to add more traffic into the area. And the angular plane that you're talking about, does that mean like so the person across the street, if it was east-west, I mean, what is it, at noon, high noon? Like, do I get to see a sunset or a sunrise? Or?
So, through Your Worship, the angular plane is for overlook and privacy.
Right.
It does, as far as heights of building, that does impact shadow.
Yeah.
So in the shadow study, I don't have a copy on this presentation, but with the shadow study under the guidelines and regulations, maintaining the 6 hours of daylight. So if you looked at the spring, summer, fall, winter, in the winter time, that was the only time that we were casting shadow on those 4 houses, and it was around the 4:30 in the afternoon where it's already dark. Right. So other than that, you're not impacted during the key spring, summer.
So 6 hours is what you're allowed. So if it was 3 stories, you might get 8 hours.
You may, but again, we got to look at the angular plane with the sun. You may not.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. That's all the questions I have.
Any other questions of council? Yeah, Councillor Dabrowski.
Still through you trying to rationalize this in my head. So maybe you can help me, but what development in and around this area that they're proposing this development fits 4 to 6 stories? What would be the closest apartment building, condominium building within this completed community? I agree with Councillor Baldinelli, but I did a quick Google search and it's the Skyline Tower or the Convention Center. I'm trying to help myself rationalize how this is consistent with the area, with our community, and how this would make that community complete. And I just don't see it. And you mentioned Stanford Center, and that's about 2.5, 3 kilometers away. I don't think it's walkable. And then I try to think about, you know, the nearby schools and if this would attract families to live within this complex. I'm not sure that fits. And then when we look at a demographic that's 65 plus, and we're talking about walkability, there's not much that's walkable around here. Stanford Center is 5 kilometers away. There's not really a grocery store in sight. I think you require a car to live in this area within our community, and that will just create parking and traffic concerns. So, yeah, if you could just help me, you know, realize or see the big picture and where this fits consistently within the community, comparable to something else of this size within the area, that would help me understand it a little bit more.
Through your worship, I appreciate your comments and your opinions on it. As far as existing buildings like this right in the area, I can't give you any specifics, but I do know just down the street, a few blocks away, there's 18-story condo that's been approved. Further down the street from that, there's 20 and 30-story condos approved. So, and it's not in the relevance of this, and this is where in the transition, because under the planning bylaws and the OP and stuff, 6 stories is permitted under your own bylaw. So we stayed within that parameters and weren't asking for more. Now, with respect to the traffic and so forth, I'm not standing here telling you you're not going to get any more traffic. The traffic report even suggested that there was a moderate increase in the morning and in the afternoon traffic with it. But we're also in this required to give a road widening as part of the development, which if there is any future plans on Stanley Avenue, that will be accommodated. So we've done everything with taking the road widening and then still maintaining the landscaping. So as far as walkability and so forth, we're in a changing time. Everybody's using Uber, everybody's using all the apps to have their food delivered to the house. How we live is changing, and so the designs that we're putting there are for the communities to allow the people to live so they can walk. Yeah, it might be, going to Stanford might be too far for some people, for others it's not. But when you do a development of this magnitude, 73 units, it actually starts getting the other plazas redeveloping, improving, enhancing, maybe Clancy's expands. It's just a way that the community keeps growing and sustaining itself.
Yeah, we can agree to disagree. I don't think it fits, doesn't respect the height and the character of the surrounding area, but I appreciate your answers. Thank you.
Councillor Newstick. And then straight.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. I just first want to say what a great design. And when I when I read the report, the first thing that came to mind was what a significant investment. But the bigger thing was why I never considered this area for this intensification, because as we've been going through plans, or the official plans, we're always looking at the McLeod Road, the Lundy's Lane, and I thought Stanley Avenue is this major road that just, you know, we've just not been talking about. And the opposite, I looked at this instead of having, because it seems like every development we've had for the last number of years has been on McLeod Road or Dorchester Road, and we just keep adding. To me, this is a great way to pull out and to expand the intensification, because I don't think anything more can end up on McLeod Road, but we seem to keep adding. This way, Stanley Avenue is a very large road. It's not congested, and when I go down there, I seem to be able to move quite a bit. I like the idea that it is close to the schools and the parks. People living in apartments today need to have that green space, need to have a place to go, something, especially if it's a seniors building. It's very close to the parks. There's Oaks Parks, there's the cemetery that people can walk through. I think it's an absolutely fabulous building and a fabulous location for everything. Not to mention, it's a vast improvement to what the area looks like right now. And for the residents in behind, I think that actually shields them from the traffic on Stanley Avenue. So, and probably this will be an impetus for or a catalyst to make other developments on that area as well, because after seeing it, I took the drive down to look at the other buildings in that area, not really paying attention before. And I think there's a lot of opportunity going back to intensification, and that's why I asked the question about the CIP, because I think this might be a good area. And it does kind of pull together the north end because it just bridge over to like the Throatstone Road area. So I think it's a great bridge to the kind of like a center of the city. So I think it's great. I will definitely be supporting it. Thank you.
Thank you. Then, Councillor Strange.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. And you know, they were talking a little bit about some of the 18 stories and 12 stories, I think, down the street or something. But that's not actually what's selling. Being in the real estate market, I know what's selling right now. So those low to mid rise, you know, the 3 stories to 6 stories are really selling right now. You can see it throughout our region. I recently have been looking at comparables to this, and Prince Charles and Welland has the same type of development. 4th Avenue in St. Catharines, as well as Herrick Avenue in St. Catharines. Problem is, they're not in our city, but that's what's selling. That's what the price range, that's what they're looking for. They're looking for that mid-rise. And nobody's building these 18 stories, these 30 stories. We're approving them and nobody's building them. This is a development that someone's going to build on, and I think it's going to help. You have a commercial at the bottom, you have parks surrounding, you have schools, and you have commercials on the outside. Like I know Clancy's will definitely be overjoyed by this approval, and you'll have other commercial areas that will just grow from this. So I think it's a great start in that area, and I think it's a great location. I think everything's going to boom around it. So I appreciate the design.
Thank you. Okay, thank you for that. Well, if we don't have any more questions for our presenters representing the application, we'll move on. Thank you very much, gentlemen. Appreciate you being here for this.
Thank you.
The public meeting with respect to the proposed official plan and zoning bylaw amendment is now concluded. What's the will of council? Councillor Carrio and Lococo.
I'd like to move the recommendation, Your Worship. I think it's a great development for the area.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Lococo.
I'll second it.
Second. Okay, thank you for that. Any discussion to the motion? Yes, Councillor Patel.
I have a question for Ms. Dolce through you, Mr. Mayor. Is this 6 stories allowed because it's on Main Street, or it's allowed anywhere in the city?
Yeah, through our official plan, because it's on an arterial, it's permitted at 6 stories in our designation.
Okay. So even if we do not approve it today, they still have right to build it?
Through your worship to the councillor, not through zoning, through the designation. So generally, our official plan guides the long-term goals of the city and how we're going to develop. Again, it's not consistent with what the current zoning is on the property, but the designation does allow 6 stories. So they're just complying with that.
Okay, thank you. One more question, Mr. Mayor. Is this according to previous official plan or new official plan?
Our current official plan.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. So if there's no further questions, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, opposed? Okay, that passes. Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Look forward to seeing it developed. Thank you. It's a beautiful building.
That's by the school.
Okay, moving along to 9.1 is the annual update of the OLG spending commitments. Ms. Clark, our Director of Finance, has a presentation for us. She's very excited to share it with you. So the floor is yours, Ms. Clark.
Great. Okay. Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Everybody knows I try to prepare the annual OLG report once a year, and that is also on your agenda with this presentation. There were some exceptions. I didn't prepare it during COVID, and last year myself and several key team members were seconded to the ERP project, so we took a little holiday on the report, but the 2025 one is now on your agenda. We still kind of deal with a lot of questions on OLG funding. Where does it go? Despite our efforts and Mr. Spiteri's efforts on reporting on it and the website page, I thought I'd kind of double down on it and do a presentation today. So if you'll indulge me, it's about 15 minutes. and we can kind of go through some of the high-level funding buckets. So I kind of broke it down into 6 sections. We'll talk about the agreement highlights and termination clauses briefly. We'll talk about the funding to date that we've received under the new agreement, the council adopted areas of spending. We'll dive a little deeper into the OLG commitments since the inception of the new agreement to the end of August. A quick little plug on our website page, and then we'll finish up with the budget and actuals explained, because this came up quite a bit during budget time, and I thought I'd focus a little bit of attention on it and hopefully get ahead of some of those questions for the next budget. So just diving into the agreement highlights and termination clauses. So starting with the highlights, the new agreement's effective April 1st, 2013. Of course, we did have a previous agreement prior to that, which resulted in the city receiving about $3 million annually. All of this funding at that time was allocated just in our property tax budget as a levy subsidy. For the new agreement, our Mayor Diodati, former CAO Ken Todd, and our Director of Business Development, Serge Filicetti, they kind of met with the, I believe it was former OLG President Rod Phillips and senior staff, armed with information on what other municipalities were receiving, and worked their magic to get a better agreement. I believe not only for us, but others around the province too. And I'm sure I'm not even doing that story justice, but that's how we got into this new agreement. You can see on this slide, I'm not going to read this all out, but this is the kind of the funding model of the new agreement, where we do receive a percentage of the casino's revenues each year. And the agreement was later amended to add in the 4% of live table game revenue and sportsbook revenue, if any. Just going through the termination clauses, or not. Just a second. The OLG will no longer, the termination will happen when OLG no longer runs any casino games in Niagara Falls. If necessary, licenses or approvals are not available, casino ceases to exist or becomes invalid, or OLG can give written notice of termination at least 30 days in advance. Of course, this is termination. We did see a period of time during COVID where the agreement wasn't terminated, but when you're bringing in zero revenue because the casino is closed, of course, we receive zero funding. So looking at that funding to date, I just have one slide on this. We started off again April 1st, 2013. To date, we've received $239 million. That is a staggering figure. How have we received that? So in 2013, 3/4 worth of the funding was $16.8 million. Of course, this doesn't include Q1, which was reflected under the old agreement where the city did receive $750,000. We then enjoyed 6 years of pretty good funding with an average received of about almost $24 million, $23.8 million there. And then, of course, enter COVID. The casino closed March 17th, 2020. We almost got all 3 months into the first quarter. The first quarter we received $4 million. And the casino didn't reopen until, I believe, mid-July, started a staggered opening. So end of July, we did receive 2 quarters of funding in 2021, which is about $8.6 million. And then for the next 3 years, we've kind of been trying to get a hold on what does our new average look like? What does our new average look like post-COVID, and what does our new average look like with the introduction of the online gaming, and how has that affected our money? And you can see the new average is around $19 million, so that's a drop of $4.8 million in what we were previously receiving from 2014 to 2019. And then to date, we've only received 2 quarters payments, that's $9.8 million. We should get notice on October 21st, in a couple of weeks, what our Q3 payment will be, and then the final payment will get notice 3rd week of January. So that's our funding to date. Looking at our council adopted areas of spending, we'll go over this briefly, but we'll dive deeper into this in the commitment section. So we have property tax relief, capital asset and strategic investments, economic development initiatives. These 3 buckets have been constant since the inception of the agreement. Council has maintained these buckets. This 4th one at the moment is social service initiatives since 2023. Prior to that, for 10 years, we dedicated 2% of the OLG funding to be allocated to the South Niagara Hospital funding to help boost up our local share contribution amount that we had committed to. And the last bucket, this has also been consistent since the inception of the agreement, that the portion of the funding goes to the casino policing unit. So let's dive a little bit deeper into those in our commitments section. We're going to spend the most time talking about property taxes, but as a start, let's see how it breaks down. So far we've committed about almost $230 million into those 5 buckets that we talked about. So the first one is property tax relief. Almost $69 million of the $239 million received was committed to property tax relief. This represents about 30% of the pie. The biggest piece, of course, is capital assets and strategic investments. That's about $108 million, or 47% of the pie. The 2 smaller areas, economic development has received $5.6 million in commitments, just over 2%, and then just under 2% split between the hospital and social services is $4.3 million. And the last one, just a little bit over 18%, is the policing, which is closer to $43 million committed there. So diving deeper into the property tax relief, you can see on the right, that's just a chart of what we've committed over the last 13 years. This includes the 2025 commitment because we do commit the $2025 received for the operating budget. So the annual average of this chart here, it works out to about $5.3 million, and then the 2025 contribution represents a $5 million tax subsidy and then $271,000 which is our funding for the airport capital contribution. That's in our levy budget. So this is probably one of the biggest questions we get. Well, why you receive OLG money, why do my taxes have to go up? Why can't we put more OLG money into the operating budget, right? So let's talk about that a little bit. So pros, one-time tax relief to property owners. If right now there's $5 million, if we were to put $15 million in, great. One-time relief, $10 million reduction to the levy, what we'd have to tax people. But that's it. Once you put it in the base budget, it's built in. You can't add a new $10 million in next year, right? Looking at some of the cons, it doesn't address the capital infrastructure deficit. So you've heard from Mr. Nickel and Ms. Gudgeon on the asset management. We have an infrastructure gap. I believe it was around $26 million in the levy budget and a little bit smaller in the rate budget. So putting more of our money, our OLG funds into the levy budget and at the expense of pulling it out from our capital allocation, this would not help with our infrastructure deficit. We'd have to turn around and then ask council to increase our capital levy even higher than we've already asked for. And then this is a big one for me. So potential risk of future tax increases. There used to be a program, it was called racetrack slots. Some of the municipalities benefited from slots at their racetracks, and those municipalities put a lot of that funding into their operating budget. Well, at one point in time, the provincial government, after 2012, decided they weren't going to do that program anymore, and that affected a lot of municipalities that now had these gaps in their operating budgets that they had to then immediately turn around and levy on their next budget. We don't want to be those municipalities. There's nothing stopping the government from making changes to the funding program and or terminating the agreement entirely. So to staff, it is less risky to us if we just keep the funding out of the levy and push more of it into capital. But we'll get into that a little bit more on the next slide. So it's no secret that I lobby this council continually to try to reduce the OLG funding that's in the levy budget and push more to capital. And we were quite successful with our strategy of reducing the levy by 50% of the growth. We did that for a couple of years. You can see over on the right-hand side here. So from 2014 to 2021, we had a subsidy in the levy budget of $5.9 million. In 22, we were able to reduce that by $400,000, and again another $400,000 in 2023. And then we stopped doing that. We stopped doing the 50% growth reduction. We just had a smaller $90,000 reduction in 25. As an alternative staff proposal, and you've seen this slide before in my budget presentation in January, the CAO and I talked about perhaps we just look at reducing down to the historical $3 million that was in the levy budget before and just accept that risk. If that goes away, today you're looking at about a 3.3% increase to the levy. As our levy grows, that percentage increase goes down. So we're kind of willing to accept the risk at the $3 million. I'm not here today to have you make decisions on this right now, though, but that's where our head's at the property tax relief. So what does this actually do for residents in their bills? So right now, with a $5 million subsidy, the average household, which is a $280,000 assessment, and as we all remember from my budget presentation, 63% of our residential tax base has houses assessed at $280,000 and lower. Your city taxes are $1,739. If we took out the $5 million of OLG funding, those taxes would go up by $91. So you'd be looking at city taxes of $1,830. Of course, taking that out doesn't affect the region taxes. They remain the same at $2,500, same with the education. So that's kind of the impact of the $5 million subsidy on the average taxpayer. So next bucket is our capital assets and strategic investments. Over on the side there, you can see we've allocated $108 million to capital projects. That's amazing. That's debt avoidance that we've accomplished. We've touched, you can see in the far column on the right, we've touched 460 projects with this funding. It works out to an annual average about $9 million. And yeah, like I said, 460 projects have either been fully or partially OLG funded. That's a great source of alternative revenue for us where we haven't had to debenture for that. Economic development initiatives, we've committed about $5.6 million to this funding allocation. In 2013 to 18, this funding was allocated to Niagara Falls Tourism and Winter Festival of Lights, and a very small portion went to the city's contribution to the LED lighting upgrade for the illumination board. And then once the MAT tax came into effect in 2019, those agencies were moved off to the Hotel Association to collect their funding from that funding bucket. So we were no longer funding them. That's why you see a couple zeros. And starting in 2019, the city was a partner on the FedDev agreement with the Niagara Falls Innovation Hub, where we were matching FedDev dollars. And you can see some of the commitments there. And in the last few years, as you know, the Niagara Falls Innovation Hub has come to council requesting $700,000 in funding. So that's what you can see in the last couple of years. They're the only recipient of the economic development allocation in recent years. Moving on to the social service initiative. So like I said, this was previously the South Niagara Hospital. For the first 10 years, the city did allocate 2% of the OLG funding to the hospital funds. It was about $3.2 million. Annual average there of $328,000. This helped add to our contribution for our local share contribution of $30 million. And more recently, in the last 3 years, we've committed $1,050,000, $350,000 a year to social service initiatives. And these have mostly been given to Project Share, Birchway, YWCA, and a small contribution to Pathstone Mental Health Foundation. The last one here is the casino policing unit. So this started off with a $4.2 million contribution from 2013 to 2019. When COVID happened, we had many meetings with the police and said, no, if we receive zero, we're not paying you anything. $4.2 million on our previous average of $23.8 million represented about 18%. So we were able to negotiate with the police that we will no longer just pay you a flat rate, we will give you 18% of the funds that we bring in. And that's the model we switched to since 2020, which works out to an average of about $3.5 million, you can see in the years 2022 to 2024. And of course, 2025 right now is only representing 2 quarters. So that number will grow as we receive the last 2 allocations for the year. Overall, that's $43 million committed to the casino policing unit. This next slide is just a quick little plug to our website. It does exist. It's been live since November 2022. If you click on it, it shows a quick funding chart of all the funding received since April 1st, 2013, and the commitments chart of where the commitments have gone since 2013 at a high level. But at the bottom of the web page, there is a link to the detailed report that's on your website that has pages, it's 50 pages long, of attachments, every single project where this funding went. So if you really want to get into the nitty-gritty of where the projects are, you click on that link and go view the 50-page report. The last section is our OLG budget and actuals explained. So I wanted to start with our 2025 OLG budget. So I know it's kind of hard to see from back here, but hopefully you can see on your screens. I have a little snip from our budget software VATM that shows the casino revenue. We've budgeted that at $14 million. And then we've budgeted a transfer to the OLG reserve fund of $9 million. So 14 minus 9, $5 million. That's what's left over as the property tax subsidy. That's the revenue that kind of falls to the bottom in this responsibility cost center in our budget. So $5 million is the current subsidy, and then you might want to know, well, where does the other $9 million go, Tiffany? 18% goes to the policing. That's 2.5% of the estimated $14 million revenue. Economic development, right now, that's our $700,000 allocation to Niagara Falls Innovation Hub. $271,000 I touched on was the request from the airport for the 2025 allocation. Social service allocation is that $350,000 I mentioned. And then the difference is what is going to be our future capital spending. So I didn't highlight it on the capital investment slide, but you'll see the 2025 line said TBD, to be determined. And that is because we do not pre-allocate the OLG funding if we haven't received it. So we sit on the capital portion until we do the budget. So we will be allocating the amount that's left in the reserve uncommitted, which is about $9 to $10 million in our 2026 capital budget coming up in late November. So that's how that $9 million transfer to reserve breaks down, and that's how you can see we leave the $5 million subsidy in the levy budget. Now, one of the questions we get is, well, you budgeted $14 million, but you brought in $18 million. What do you do with the extra money? It's a great question. 2025 isn't done, so let's look at 2024 budget and actuals. I did a little chart here to show, okay, we budgeted $14 million, we brought in $18.4 million. We got an extra $4.4 million over what we budgeted. Where does that money go? Well, it goes exactly where we said it would go. 18% goes to the police and the remainder goes to future capital, but let's look at that. So almost $800,000 gets allocated to the police as their 18% of that portion of extra funding. There was a small differential in the Niagara Falls Innovation Hub. They received a tiny bit of the FedDev grant still in early 24 that offset the $700 we had to give them. And the remainder, the $3.6 million, is allocated to that future capital spending. So it's sitting in the OLG reserve fund waiting to be allocated to, well, actually this one would have already been allocated to the 2025 capital budget. So that's where the extra funding goes. I know that's a question we get a lot. I know some residents say, well, why don't you just increase the revenue and not increase the transfer? What that really means is, why don't you increase the subsidy from $5 million to, let's say, $19 million or $18 million, right? Or sorry, $8 million, $9 million or $8 million. I certainly don't recommend it, but I know it's a question we get a lot, so I wanted to go over that in that chart. And then you can see at the bottom you still are maintaining that. At the time in 2024, it was $5,090,000. You're still maintaining that tax levy subsidy, right? Even though you got the extra funds and you sent it to capital and police, you still had a $5,090,000 subsidy to the taxpayer. And that's it. Any questions?
Yes, thank you. I've got Councillor Newstead and Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, and through you to Ms. Clark. I just want to say thank you very much for doing this. Probably the number one question I get asked, probably all of us do, is where's the OLG funding going and why are my taxes the way that it is? So I thank you very much for doing this extremely detailed analysis and putting it on the website. So now it gives me an answer when people ask me exactly where does this money go. And I think our residents really need to hear that, what is it, almost $240 million over the last 12 years have come in from OLG. So if we stop to think, where would we be if we didn't have that $240 million? That's significant. So it's not where is it going or what are we doing with it, is what has been done with it and what has it saved taxpayers. And I really like the fact that it's helping us to be fiscally responsible and having capital investments so that we're always, in a sense, saving for a rainy day, that we have this backup. It made me think immediately, reading the report, what about these other municipalities that don't have the luxury that we have with this OLG funding? What happens to in their situations? Where does their additional tax dollars come from? How are they doing it? And what's the burden that they're paying? So as a resident of Niagara Falls, we're very grateful that we have this, and we should applaud it and understand where it is as opposed to doing it. So now that the next time the question comes up, I'm sure it will be coming up within a week, as it always does, I can direct them, and I thank you for all that detailed work, because it was definitely a lot of work. I do have one question. The 30 days, so To your point about whether it should be added to a tax levy or to reduce the tax levy, the thing that came very close to me is this, it's the 30-day. It would be fine if we did it, but if we have a 30-day where they can just stop it, and we're in the middle or even just a month or two into our tax year, and all of a sudden we lose that funding, we will be in a very reactionary point. And I don't think that's very prudent for us as a councillor to put us in that kind of reactionary place. So I'm happy that that staff is suggesting us to be proactive and to, I know it's a lot easier. The easiest solution is not always the best. So I'm happy that we're holding some ground there and saying it's the best for us to do it that way. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I was talking to the CAO regarding the casino police agreement, and we came up with the thought that we can ask for a report. I'd like to see a report. I guess it would be a direction to staff that we get a report from the Niagara Regional Police of the number of calls that they have specifically for the casino unit. There's some discrepancy whether it's just a certain area or they just apply it to their budget. So I'd like a little bit more direction about where that's coming from, the number of hours, the number of officers, clarify where that service is in the city, and what do we get for that. I'm very appreciative that the CAO negotiated 18% compared to the 4.2. I'm very happy because it ends up being less than 4.2 if we don't bring in the money. That's great. But the region gives a lot of money to the police budget, and I know we're coming up on budget time, and the police are always asking for more, and we're always saying we need more policing. But there have been challenges about where the money's going, so will the CAO ask for that report?
Mr. CAO, did you want to comment on that?
Yeah, I'm happy to take the question from council to the police or police services board for them to provide comment.
Great, thank you. I think Ms. Clark answered the questions that I did have. I did have a couple of comments. I think we need to look at everything a little bit differently than we were looking at before, and not just the OLG, not just our taxes, but also our spending. When I look at this report, and I don't like picking on specific projects, but I think that a lot of our residents are picking on specific projects. The Niagara Falls Innovation Hub has $2,553,000 from the OLG fund. That's not including money that was given from Holdco. I strongly suggest that in our budget process that we evaluate our 5 buckets of spending, the property tax, capital assets, economic development and social services, and the casino police. And we need to really evaluate in these hard economic times if we want to continue to contribute to those types of things. So that's number one. Look at those buckets and look at if we want to continue with certain projects. Last one, if our tax, I want to understand this, and maybe Ms. Clark can help me. If our tax levy expenses are $100 million, and if the tax levy revenue is only $95 million, which leaves $5 million from OLG balance, in my mind, we should be reducing the $100 million. Every year we can't say our expenses are $100 million plus the increase, then the next year it's $100 million plus that increase plus that increase. I think it's very incumbent on us to look at that $100 million, whether it's cutting services, closing things down. We are coming into a lot of hard economic times, and we have to look at things differently. So that $100 million, we need to get that $100 million down. If we can get the $100 million down to what the revenue from the tax levy is coming in, that will be so much better for us instead of relying on the OLG fund. When we get the OLG fund, let's do those extra things. And I like it that we're spending that after we get the OLG and not before. Sure, we get a list of things we want to do, but we don't spend it until after. So I think that we don't have a revenue problem. I think we have an expense problem, and it's incumbent on all of us to go through it. I know budget time's coming up, and I just want to put those thoughts out there that we need to be looking at everything as a whole and not things individual in silos.
Thank you. As it's been said many times before, every day is budget day. So we don't just look at budget during budget, every day is budget. Thank you for that, Councillor. Councillor Strange.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Mayor. Just to Councillor Coco's point on the police, I would be really kind of hesitant to actually poke where we shouldn't be, because, you know, we were usually paying $4.2 million a year. Now we're down to 18%. And apparently that's, the police, I believe, is Main Street around that casino corridor, which we need a lot of too. I don't want to be poking where someone's going to say, okay, well, we should be getting more, not this 18% that we got recently, because we could be back to the $4.2 million very fast. So,
well, I can tell you at the region, every budget cycle, they ask, why doesn't Niagara Falls pay more? They mention that every time. So every year, every budget, I go through the same thing every year. And now what they've done, they've passed it, the police have passed it to the region. So they've shifted who's the one asking for the money. So now our staff deal with the region on this. Councillor Lococo, and then you, Stay.
Just to that point, it's not that I want to poke and ask for less. What I would like is some verification of the services that we're getting, because it's blind. We don't know what we're getting. We don't know how many police officers. We don't know how number of calls. We don't know number of hours. At one point, I was told that a police officer said that they couldn't go past the yellow line to the shelter. And then we asked about it, and then we were told, no, that's not right. There's a little map about what the casino area was supposed to be, but then it's, well, no, it's not. So I just want some clarification about what we're getting. I don't want to poke and say, oh, we should give you less. What are we getting for the money that we give? That's all I'm asking.
And I should point out, in the past, we have received a report from the police, how many cars, how many staff, what the geography area was, and that area has shifted over the years. So there have been justification reports done by the police with past police chiefs, and maybe it's time to get an update to find out where we're at on that. I don't see that as being an issue.
Just to that point, do we not get a report from the region every year from the police on that? I would believe, and that's made public.
Would our staff who would know that information from the police?
I think from the memorandum of understanding we have to direct the question to the Police Services Board for that information, and then they can direct it from there. You just have to remember though, the $3 million is like less than 1% of their budget.
Exactly.
So it's not, the detail isn't really going to be there, but I think they can provide. They can provide the answers to the question, and I'll forward that on if that's council's direction.
Yeah, and I'm going to say, police, they're great partners for us. They are helping us with our homelessness problems and encampment issues. Our core unit is outstanding. I just want to be clear, they're great partners. But we can ask for a report, justification. I think we can ask for that. Councillor Newstead?
Yes, just a clarification to a point that you just raised. Every time when they have budgets, the regional budgets, they're questioning about Niagara Falls. Why do they need more from us than any other region?
Well, that's what I say too. That's what I say back. But I mean, this is a deal that we did a long time ago, and it was a voluntary deal. We are not obliged to pay this. This was a voluntary deal because when the OLG deal changed and the city was given a greater number, then we took responsibility for the police. We voluntarily did that. But there's other cities that would love to see Niagara Falls pay more than they are paying. So they like to bring that up because we get this OLG money. They just think it should be shared. That's what certain politicians believe.
Okay, but is it because we use the police force more than any other municipality, or they just are saying because we have OLG?
I think it's because the OLG money coming into our coffers, and they'd like to take some of it.
So they're no different than the residents who ask us all the time where the OLG is. Everybody wants the same bucket. Okay, thank you.
Any other questions for Ms. Clark? All right, so there is a recommendation that we receive the annual update. Motion by Councillor Baldinelli, second by Councillor Newstead. All those in favor? Okay, thank you for receiving that. Thank you, Ms. Clerk. Exciting stuff. Okay, we already did 9.2. 9.3, proposed telecom tower facility on Blackburn. Mr. Clerk, did we have somebody to speak to this?
Your Worship, I do have Mr. Dick here, who is on the file.
Okay, all right, Mr. Dick, did you want to address the tower?
I can provide some introductory remarks, and I do believe there is a James Kennedy from Vontour International, just in case there's more technical questions. So just in general, the city has received a submission from Fontour International to install a new 60-meter, 197-foot lattice tripole communication tower at 7790 Blackburn Parkway, located in our Montrose Business Park. The proponent held a public information session on May 13th, 2025, to inform the community of the tower. No members attended the session, and no comments were received from members of the public. After review of the application, accordingly, so after review, we can support this tower as it's located within an industrial area. The location would meet the city's location and siting policies for cell towers. Design of the tower will accommodate co-location for future service providers, and it should have a minimal impact on surrounding land uses at the location. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Thank you for that. Councillor Lococo?
Thank you. Just a couple of questions. Is this city land? I Googled the address and Cantex distribution came up. Is it city land in the park?
Mr. Dick, do you know the answer?
Not offhand, but I assumed it's it's a private company, privately owned, but I'm not 100%.
Because Cantex is a company.
Yes.
Yeah.
Right. I Googled the address, but that's our park out there, so I was wondering if it was city land or that. I guess my next question is, does the company, or if the city puts a tower on their property, do they get money for that?
Yeah,
Is that something that we're looking at? Like, I know people are
we have
against
one,
towers
don't we,
and we
on
need
our- on
towers.
Stanley? I think we have one on Stanley Avenue, on our municipal center.
Yeah, we don't cite them. People come, they look at where they would cite it. So if they wanted to cite a tower on a city property, then they would approach the city for that, and go through the process that's required. So we just haven't been approached on it recently.
Thank you.
And as I say, at our municipal center on Stanley, we have one on our property that we get monthly revenues from. Councillor Newestag? Or Councillor Carey?
I just moved the recommendation.
Oh,
Your Worship.
okay. All right, motion by Councillor Carey, second by Councillor Dabrowski. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved. And thank you to James Kennedy for being online, and thanks for Mr. Dick. Appreciate that. Okay, moving on to consent agenda. There are only 2 consent items. Look for a motion to approve the consent agenda. Moved by Councillor Carey, second by Councillor Strange. All those in favor? Okay, and that's approved, and that is the approval of the 2026 council meeting schedule and the Mitchelson Park redevelopment plans. We move to communications and comments of the city clerk. There's a recommendation from our staff to approve 11.1 through 11.4. Looking for a motion. Motion by Councillor Baldinelli, second by Councillor Strange. Call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, is it opposed? Anyone opposed? No? You're in favor? Okay, I just want to make sure. And we just approved the proclamation request Giving Tuesdays for December the 2nd. Also the flag raising request for Romania's National Day on December the 1st. The noise bylaw exemption for the Niagara Falls Marathon for October the 26th. And the lighting of City Hall for World Mental Health Day on October the 10th of this year. So now we go to communications and comments of the city clerk, and these are recommendations that our staff have suggested we just received for information. There are 5 items. Looking for a motion to receive the items. Motion by Councillor Carrio, second by Councillor Baldinelli. If there's no discussion, we'll call the vote. All those in favor? All those in favor? Okay, just want to make sure. Okay, thank you. That's approved unanimously. And we just approved receiving a resolution from the town of Grimsby regarding the Niagara GTA corridor, resolution from Wasaga Beach regarding collaboration action on sustainable waste management, also resolution from the town of Lincoln regarding bail reform in our communities, also correspondence from the Niagara region that they send regularly, and also resolution from the town of Midland regarding speed cameras. And correspondence from the Niagara Peninsula Conservation Authority regarding monitoring technical report. So now we're going to ratification of the in-camera. So we'll go to our clerk, Mr. Mattson.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Mayor. A number of items discussed earlier this afternoon in camera. A resolution was passed in open session earlier this afternoon. For all the matters that were in camera, there was just direction given to staff and updates to particular matters as laid out in the resolution, and no decisions of council are made. Anything to be decided by council will come forward at a later date in an open session.
Okay, so there's no ratification necessary? Okay, thank you for that. So now we're going to motions for consideration, and then we'll do notices of motion. So 14.1 is Councillor Lococo, are you going to do something?
Yeah, I just want to point
Yeah.
out that before we get into that, as the title states there, first of all, it is a motion for reconsideration, as the motion lays out, that it was previously decided upon by council on the matter regarding automated speed enforcement. So to bring forward the councillor's motion on today's agenda and for discussion, we would first need a motion for reconsideration, and as per the procedural bylaw, this does require a 2/3 majority.
Okay. So did you want to first start by?
I'll just give a little preamble. It's been a very fluid situation.
Yeah.
First, we approved the expansion of the automated cameras for Kaler Road. That was approved. Then on September 9th, Premier Ford said that it was a tax grab and he's going to get rid of all of them. Then on September 25th, it said that Ford was going to ban them all. And then on September 26th, AMO, the Association of Municipalities of Ontario, approved a resolution in support of them, but more importantly called on the municipalities to be able to make the decision for themselves and work with the province collaboratively on different ways of doing that. Then on September 29th, the Association of Municipal Managers, Clerks, Treasurers of Ontario approved that resolution. So the reason why I wanted to do this was we approved it, which is fine, but are we going to spend money on purchasing a camera that is then going to be pulled and banned from Premier Ford? So that's why I wanted to bring it to talk about it, not necessarily reconsider our decision, but reconsider the ramifications about what's coming on with the province.
And today the Premier came out and said to the cities that asked him to reconsider, he said no. So he's not, and you're right. So we have a decision to make because we are a child of the province. And if they're going to pull them and we put money into them, you know, are we putting good money after bad? So.
And how much? That was my question. I don't know how much. Are we talking $2,000? Are we talking $100,000? That was my question.
So just before we, I know we got to call a vote. We need 2/3 majority to move this motion. First question is to our CAO and maybe to our Mr. Steek. I don't know if you guys had any insight beyond what we just talked about.
The region's positive.
The region's positive? Yeah. Like the region is moving forward, but I mean, they seem to be on a different channel than the Premier is, which I'm a little surprised that they're not. I don't know. Let's wait and see what the upper government is going to do. And since they mandate the rules for us. So on that, is there any questions for Councillor Lococo on her motion before we put this to a vote?
Before I vote for this motion,
Can you?
Mr. Mayor, I would like to hear from Mr. CEO how much it's costing us before we go forward.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, yep, sorry, the clerk. Do we have to
Just
vote?
procedurally, there shouldn't be a discussion on the reconsideration other than the councillor just giving a brief and concise statement, which she did. So we should gather that 2/3 vote for reconsideration first.
Okay.
And then if that passes, then council can discuss the motion. And we do have one delegation request on the matter as well, if the 2/3 passes.
Okay. Yes, Councillor? Pardon me? The 2/3. Okay, well, we're going to call the vote. This is not the vote in favor or opposed, right? This is the vote just
to reconsider.
This is just a vote to reconsider, then we can have the discussion. Okay, we'll need 2/3. So we're going to call that vote. All those in favor? Okay, and opposed? Okay, so that hits the 2/3. So you hit the threshold, Councillor Lococo. So now, if you want to speak to, and I know you wanted to ask the cost.
Yes, specifically the cost. That was my whole reason for doing this, not to debate whether we should have done it or not. And with the region, if they have a bunch of cameras that they've already purchased and they're sitting there ready to implement, that's one thing. But do they have to purchase a camera for us, and what is that going to cost? That's my question.
Yeah, okay. Mr. Stika, Flower Power could answer this question.
Through you, Mr. Mayor, to the councillor. So the automated speed enforcement program is actually no cost to the taxpayer. So the revenue generated from the program pays for the program. And talking with Mr. Bilodeau, who's away at a transportation conference, his suggestion is to kind of sit and wait. The province sits on the 20th of October, and we'll get some more information out of that session of the provincial legislator. So at this time, there's not a lot of action. There is no cost to the taxpayer. The funds recovered from the program pay for the program itself.
Thank you. I did understand that they were recoverable, that there was no cost to the taxpayer, but realistically, if we're getting a brand new camera, we have to go out and purchase that camera, and if it's banned, there is a cost to the taxpayer. There is not going to be any recovery through tickets to get the money back. So that's where my question is coming from.
Mm-hmm.
Like, how much is that camera?
So do we know, and I don't even know if you know the answer, have they purchased them, or they're on order, or do we know where that is? Or is that just a guess? That's a regional issue. Yeah. So it doesn't seem that they're aware of the answer
We don't
at this
know.
point.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Baldinelli.
Just a comment on that. I believe that the revenue that we generated previous to other cameras that were out there were to cover the costs of implementing the new program anywhere else. So probably the revenues that they had, that's why it's not, maybe the first one cost money, then the second one cost everybody who got caught money, and et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. But I do believe that we should look at alternatives as well. And there's a lot of alternatives out there.
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay, so I'm going to go back. On the 20th, Mr. Stika said to sit and wait till the 20th. On the 20th, we will know more about that there will be a cost, or that they're just discussing the plans to move forward. What's going on the 20th exactly?
Who can help with this?
Yeah, I think the region is waiting to see the legislation, and then, then they'll feed the information to us. The region runs the program, we're just a participant in the program. So, and I don't think the region staff is rushing out to get any cameras at this point in time. So I think they're pausing to see what is the actual result of this. So.
I was concerned because we made the decision on August 26th to move forward with that camera. So that's my question. Did they go out and purchase a camera for us? So there's that. And I just wanted to note on the notice of motion, I also have that other motion there that's tied into that, so you can read it. This was the one from the Association of Municipalities of Ontario and AMCTO, stating that they would like the municipalities to make those decisions and use other types of tools, as Councillor Baldinelli just said. So they do tie in together. I don't know how we want to deal with that.
So now, excuse me, this motion, at the very least, I would think would put a pause on, because we're waiting to see them. Like, you're not going to spend money if we're not going to be allowed to use them. That would be silly. So this motion, so this is your note. So it's the motion, not the notice of motion, right? So tonight we're voting.
Well, the motion is the first part, but the notice of motion is the one to send to Premier Ford to say, let the municipalities decide whether they want to use them, and let's look at other tools.
But that's another separate. We're under motions, not notice.
Right.
Motion.
Well, I could tie them together in the discussion that we're doing now, but if we can't and we have to talk about it at next meeting, we can do that too.
Okay. Well, it's the will of council. You guys
you.
decide how you want to do it. You could tie them together if you wanted to, but again, you need the 2/3 to uphold the, or to what do we call it? The procedural bylaw. Yeah, if she wanted to do her, Lori, Councilor Lococo? Yeah, for her notice of motion, and do them at the same time. Is that what you're suggesting?
Yes.
Okay.
But do we need 2/3 to waive the?
Yes.
Waive the procedure?
Because otherwise
2/3
you have
as well?
to deal with it at the next meeting.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, maybe it would be better to deal with it at the next one, because it's going to be October 28th and the meeting
Yeah,
is on
okay.
the 20th.
And so we'll just
So
leave
just
it
leave it as a notice of motion, and we can,
Yep.
that's fine. Thank
Okay.
you.
All right. So any other, yes, Councilor Baldwin.
Just from the revenue generating or fine generating revenue perspective of it, to increase the safety, especially in the school zones and other high traffic areas or walkable areas, is Is the region solely responsible for deciding how the funds are to be used, or do we have any input
No,
besides our cameras?
The way that we made the motion originally, and I know because I made that motion, is that they have
Yeah.
to share 50-50 with the municipalities to put toward traffic safety measures.
Right.
So,
what are our considerations on traffic safety measures? I mean, you know, we were all at the AMO, and they have a lot of great ideas out there, and especially the ones that are currently used worldwide, and why aren't we implementing them? Like, for safety, I mean, you know, every minute there's a possibility of a child or somebody crossing, and I heard McLeod Road, we've had a couple of conversations with people that are, you know, Councillor Patel was it, and I were there, and a crossing by St. Mike's, and you know, why aren't we installing the flashing lights and something, you know, maybe a couple of speed bumps with those flashing lights are key, I think. They have them everywhere else that I've been, and I'm surprised that we don't have them. Even in locations like between, you know, Lundy's Lane. If you're a tourist and you wanted to visit Lundy's Lane and you want to make it a walk down Lundy's Lane, for example, down by Montrose to Kaler, where do you cross? What, a kilometer and a half down the road, you know, to the next stoplight? I mean, we need crossing areas so that we can make this tourist town more accessible to walkers. And, you know, everywhere that I look on main drives, our traffic lights are very far apart, and we don't have really so we have these funds available, just like all the other funding that we get. But we're not doing anything about it. You know, sure, we put up a camera here, a camera there, but is it really safety oriented? And what can we do to better maintain and make this a safer place for everybody? I think we should be looking into that and getting those funds that we have now and using them to update our safeties.
okay, we have a comment from Ms. Clark to that comment.
Yeah, sorry, I just want to share, we did receive an allocation of funding in 2024 from the Vision Zero program. It was $288,000, and it is in a special purpose reserve to only be used on road safety. And spoiler alert, into the 2026 capital budget, there is a $250,000 project proposed that will be looking at road safety initiatives. So we are using the funding we've received to date. We should receive a 25 allocation, perhaps not a 26 allocation, depending where this goes with the provincial government.
Councillor Patel.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to point out to Councillor Baldinelli that there's another crossing light just got put in on Kaler. It's at the corner of McGarry and Kaler. That is literally just crossing light, just like they have one in the front of the Grindell School. So there is progress is being made. So, you know, if you drive by there, just look at it. It is a really good, it looks like a traffic signal, but it is just a crossing light. So is that something you want to see all over the city? Maybe that's the way to move forward.
Yep.
Yeah, thank you.
No, tonight we're just talking about the cameras, right? The automated speed cameras. So right now, that's what. Pardon me?
Question on cameras?
Yeah, that's what. Well, the Councillor Lococo's notice of her motion now is right. It was a notice of motion. It says notice of motion, but it's now a motion. And where she's just saying that we reconsider the decision to expand the use of automated speed enforcement, review the cost of the expansion of automated speed enforcement, and explore alternative tools and costs to enhance traffic safety.
That's the motion.
That's what her resolution is, yeah. That's the therefore be it resolved.
Now?
Pardon me?
We're gonna vote on that?
Yeah, we're gonna vote on that now. No, well,
No,
No,
there's
that's
two
her-
separate ones. That was the original one, and it was to discuss it about the cost, and we just talked about, the meeting's gonna be on the 20th, so it's better just to wait and see until the 20th to find out what happens. And then the other one is a notice of motion, which I wanted to bring up, but I'll leave till after that as well.
Yeah, so-
we can defer this one.
would you like to defer that? That your motion?
Because we're going to have a meeting on the 20th, so we might as well wait till the 20th to get that information.
And deal with them both.
Yeah, that's fine.
Okay, so then are we, yeah, go ahead, Mr. Clerk.
Just before you gather that motion for deferral, there was a request from the public for a delegation to this matter, and I stated that if the two-thirds majority passes for reconsideration, then that delegation could be heard. So it's up to council if you want to hear that delegation now, or if you want to make your deferral. then it can be, a delegation could be brought forward to the next meeting. I just wanted to make sure everyone was aware of that.
I believe we're deferring this, so we're not discussing it any further.
No
So
problem.
we're going to just leave it as a
So
deferral.
we'll defer it to the
Well,
28th.
if you're making, you're
Yes,
going to make that
I'll make
motion.
the motion to defer it to the 28th, and then we can hear what the meeting comes up with on the 20th, and then we can discuss it on the 28th.
Okay, so motion by Councillor Lococo, second by Councillor Patel, that we defer this matter to the next meeting. And will that go for, yeah, and the other one is next meeting anyway, because it's a notice anyway. Okay, everyone understands the motion, we'll call the vote, all those in favor? Okay, and that's approved, thank you for that. Now we move on to motions for notices of motion. So the first one is Councillor Lococo, which we already have, we've already talked about. Second one is Councillor Newestag. And then last one, I have one. So Councillor Newestag, the floor is yours.
Thank you.
No, this is, when it's a notice, I'm sorry, just, how do you like to handle this, Mr. Clerk?
Yeah, so for a reminder for notice of motion, there's no discussion, but if the councillor wants to introduce it by reading it or shortening it by just reading the now therefore, that would be appropriate.
So however you want to handle it, the floor is yours.
Because it's quite lengthy, I'm just going to introduce it and then read the whereas at the, or the therefore, okay? So my motion, notice of motion is a work from home policy, and my therefore be it resolved that city staff review the corporate work from home policy and report back to council as to how the city will be moving forward towards a full-time in-office work environment with recommendations for provisions which may be granted temporarily to allow for special circumstances taking into account the above, and there's a number of items I've listed above.
Okay, so that's the notice, that'll be dealt with at our next meeting, is that right?
Yeah,
Okay.
correct.
Mr. Clerk, I'm doing everything right? Okay, good, thank you for that. So,
Did-
yeah, we're
okay,
good.
they don't
Yeah,
have to vote
so
on
there's no
that.
discussion to it this week, or this meeting. And then I have one as well. I don't know if everyone had a chance to have a look at it. And so, ladies and gentlemen, I just want to, one thing I do want to tell you, or I do want to bring to your attention, I've been working along with our CAO and some of our staff that work on the unhoused issues that we're dealing with in the community, and I have countless meetings with different groups, all doing, a lot of them doing the same things, not aware of other people. So it gets frustrating sometimes because it seems that the left hand and the right hand don't always communicate, and they're not always efficient, yet they're all saying they need more money. So we sat down and said, you know, we're hearing this challenge, and everybody keeps using the same approach to the old problem, and we're not getting any further ahead. So we sat down with a former CAO, Ken Todd, who volunteers at both the Soup Kitchen and Project Share. He's well aware, and he spent 12 or so years running the city, and he's got a lot of good insight into this. So anyway, I'm just gonna, there's a lot of whereas, and I'm not gonna, because it's just a notice of motion, I don't want to read through all of them, but I did put a lot of work into this, creating it, but I will just read to you, and then I'll come right to you, Councillor. Therefore be it resolved. So I'll tell you what, I believe that I might have a solution or a proposed solution on dealing with the many drug addiction, mental health, unhoused, working poor, etc. solutions. So let me read this. Therefore be it resolved, City Council engage Ken Todd to assemble and lead a team to create a coordinated action plan outlining an overarching mission and to focus and streamline current resources to create efficiencies and an effective approach to support the unhoused and vulnerable people in our community. So, and all the whereas I don't want to run through because it's not time to speak, but I just want you to be aware. I did meet with them along with their CAO, some of our senior staff, because we think we might be on to an idea which is better than what we've been doing because it's not working. I'm sorry, Councillor Newstead.
Yes. I'd like to ask to suspend the rules of procedural bylaw and deal with it tonight. This affects our business area so much, and another 3 more weeks, we can't continue to wait for 3 more weeks. So I'm asking if council will have that discussion right now so we can move forward. And I'd like to speak from a business perspective. What is happening to businesses? We can no longer do this. I don't want to wait 3 more weeks. It's far too critical of an issue and needs to be dealt with. In fact, it should have been dealt with. I think I brought it up a year ago, asking and pleading for help for businesses as the chair of the Main Ferry BIA as well. So I'm asking if we could, if fellow councillors would suspend it, we can start talking about it.
Let me just go to our clerk for a second, Mr. Clerk. No.
Yeah, that procedural bylaw allows to waive that notice as long as you get a 2/3 majority. So if you want to take that vote now, and then you can go ahead and discuss.
Okay.
Without notice.
So I just want to make sure first we've got, so you're making that motion,
I am,
Councillor?
and
You're
then I
making a
want to
second?
speak to it.
Okay. So the motion's on the floor right now to bypass procedural bylaw rule of 2/3. Yes, Councillor Lococo.
Thank you. This is definitely an issue that we need to be talking about. I feel that by suspending the rules, we are cutting out a whole bunch of people that should be part of this discussion on the natural schedule of coming back on October 28th. I sit on a homeless committee that has never met. I've brought up motions about the homeless committee, about what we need to do. Councillor Morocco was here. She just sent me a message today saying that she's working with staff to try to come and give a presentation. There's a lot of people that want to do that, and if we talk about this tonight, they're not going to be involved. I want to talk about it, but I don't think it's appropriate to be talking about it tonight when other people haven't been given the notice of motion.
So let me just address that, if I can. That's not what this is about. It's not about setting up a public meeting. Ken Todd is going to meet with every single group that performs services around the city. And he already knows who they are. He works with them every day. He's delivering food, making food, and collecting food. He is going to go interview all these people. And here's the idea. He's going to put a report. And by the way, he's not getting paid to do this. And he insisted that he would be volunteering his time. So, and he wanted to be very clear about that. He would not take any kind of stipend or pay for this. So we want to support him to meet with all these groups, and there's a bunch of groups I'm guessing some of you have never heard of that are out doing services in the community that I've learned of. They come to us, they look for help, money, support, whatever. They're all asking for different, and I said, well, do you know this group? Or, do you work with that group? It's like, I'm telling you, it's like the left and the right. So his idea is to come with a report with a consolidated, streamlined approach. And look where we're doing, like almost a SWOT analysis, you know, what we're doing right and what we're doing wrong. And that's why this isn't about, because we're not going to solve it in this chamber by bringing a bunch of groups here. That's just going to add to the chaos. We're going to get somebody to go and interview and methodically put together an action plan. That's what I'm about.
No, I understand what you're saying, but the region, we keep on hearing that the region is responsible for housing. The region has a lot of these answers already. The region has spreadsheets with all of the individual organizations. Everybody works in silos and nobody knows each other. And then there have been meetings where groups have got together and didn't know who each other were. All of this stuff is already being done, but we're not coordinating it here. This is wonderful, but I'm really wondering why it's coming up now. And we're not giving people an opportunity to, because there might be other people that we don't even know about, but the region should be involved in this as well.
So they will be. They'll be interviewed. And they don't have the answers. If they did, then we wouldn't have the big problem that we have right now. And I'm going to tell you, I've been to the region, I've gone to see the facilities, I sit on public health, and I met with Councillor Morocco and Councillor Chokio, who are co-chairs of public health. We went to Welland and we saw something that was working well. But that's not being done all around.
Okay.
So there's a lot of things exactly like that, and I've talked to Councillor Lococo, and or Councillor Morocco, sorry, about Letos, yeah, and trying to roll things like this out that aren't being worked through the region. So it seems like we just need somebody with the right experience and influence to bring this together with a plan. That's what, based on everything I've seen, this is what I believe is the next step. And then there'll be some public meeting. Once he's ready to present his findings, then everybody can weigh in. But he's got to go out and interview everybody and bring together a consolidated. Because right now, like I said, we're kind of shooting in all different directions, and we're not winning this. We're losing this. It's not getting better.
I'd like to offer my services as well because I'm still involved with a lot of the organizations and I know the people. So if I could work with Mr. Ted, not just interview me, but I'd like to be part of it to help him because one person going to all of those groups, that's going to take a while. And if we don't want to wait 3 weeks and we have one person doing it all by themselves, I'm offering my services.
No, and I appreciate that. We have offered, we're going to give him resources through the city to help him administratively because you're right, it's a big job. And there's a lot of agencies. So I'm sorry, I know you're. You should call the vote for the. Oh, I'm sorry. You're right. Okay. So this is just a just to,
Allow to waive the notice so we can have
Thank
this
you.
discussion.
That we've already had.
kind of, but there's a lot of hands that have been having their hands in there. Okay, well, let's call the vote. All those in favor? Okay, and that's unanimous. Thank you for that. All right. Thank you, Mr. Clerk, for keeping me on the straight path. Councillor Newestag, I'm sorry.
No, I just want to reiterate how important that we have to do this, and from a business perspective, because the businesses are being affected very much. And really, the business people, they all understand that homelessness and addiction are complex human issues, and no one chooses to be on the street. But at the same time, the businesses are suffering. They have, people can't get into their businesses. Businesses are being locked and not being able to open to the public. So there is such a major concern. Businesses have suffered all kinds of things. They've managed to go through labor shortages, the COVID crisis, just normal day-to-day businesses, and this is something over and above, and they're crying for, right now it's just been inaction, not enough accountability, so they're pleading with somebody to be able to do this. So and I applaud Ken Todd. He is a person who has such a wealth of information and knowledge that if he's willing to do this and we can start to streamline and get some action. I know we've got so many groups out there and so many people wanting to help, but everyone's just all over the place in these different silos and nothing is happening. If it was, then we wouldn't be in this situation. So if he has a solution, can help us, the urgency and the how fast we can expedite some solutions, I applaud him for doing it, and full support on that.
Thank you for that. I'm sorry, Councillor Patel.
Mr. Mayor, actually, I want to commend you for bringing this forward and thank you for bringing this forward, because every time we drive by Main Street or Ferry Street there, it is disheartening seeing everybody just there. Most of the people can't help themselves, and lots of people technically are asking for help, but they can't ask for help. And what I see, there's so many agencies are helping, but there are so many services that are being duplicated. So when you have everybody come together, dollar goes further, because everybody takes responsibility for doing different things. Just as the Project Share is only going to deal with the food now because they can't afford to do toy drives and everything else, and their main mandate is providing food because they are the food bank. So I think with this motion, we will streamline the services, and every dollar that is being spent here, and that will be going further, and hopefully it's successful here, then that will be the model that region will adopt, and hopefully province and nationwide will be adopted. So kudos to you, Mr. Mayor. Thank you for bringing it forward.
Well, thank you, and it's been a real team effort, and I appreciate if you've got any other groups you want us to make sure they're included. It's going to be an exhaustive list. We're going to meet with everybody. But I say we, he. But I can tell you, I had a group in to see me last week, and they said, our funds run out next year. Can you help us? Our funds, we provide a vital service for people falling through the cracks. And I'm like, well, how am I going to do that? Your money comes to the province. He says, can you advocate? And I've got a number of groups that come to me that said, we don't have funding, or we don't have enough funding, and I'm thinking, I know there's enough money, it's got to be targeted, and it's got to be streamlined. And there's not right and wrong, there's effective and ineffective. Right now we're being largely ineffective. And I know some people are getting help, and that's great, but we got a lot of Band-Aids. And in some cases, I think we need surgery. We don't need a Band-Aid. And that's where we're hoping that, Ken, and he did it willingly. He was excited. He called back and said, I'm really excited to be a part of this. But he said, but I'm insisting that I receive no pay. So he's doing it for the right reasons for his community, and he spent a lot of years in St. Catharines, Thorold, and Niagara Falls, so he's got a lot of experience. So I'm grateful that he's accepted the challenge, and we look forward to the results that come out. So next steps, Mr. Clerk.
Well, I have you listed as the mover, and just grab a seconder before you call the vote.
Okay, so we'll call the vote. If there's all those in favor? Sorry. Okay, that's unanimous. Pardon me? Oh, okay, new business. Is there no more? Okay. All right, new business. Councillor Lococo.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Two new businesses. I've been speaking with Ms. Dolch regarding some of the condo corporation notification. What's happening is whenever there's a development around around a condo corporation, we send and notify the condo corporation. So one letter goes to possibly Toronto, possibly an office here, and then they're supposed to notify all of the people in the condo corporation.
What's this about?
Notification, condo corp notification.
Oh, you mean like for planning matters?
Correct,
Okay,
yes. So I've been speaking with Ms. Dolt. That letter goes to the condo corp, one letter, and there could be 100 units, and 100 people don't know about a development that's happening next door to them. So I've talked to Ms. Dolt, and she said through the Planning Act, the notification is outlined. However, we as the city could change that if we wanted to. We find people to pay their taxes, we find people to give them their water bill. People are feeling overlooked, that their opinion doesn't matter. They feel that, you know, we're trying to pull something over on them, that they didn't get notified. So my direction to staff after speaking to Ms. Dolch is that we make that change from sending a notification only to a condo corp to send them to all of the individual owners. They pay taxes, they should have that notification.
So maybe that should be a motion, just to give it a little more weight.
Sure.
Yeah.
I'll put a motion forward.
Motion by Councillor Lococo,
Thank you.
seconded by Councillor Dabrowski. Any discussion to the notification motion? Okay, all those in favor? Okay, and that's approved.
Thank you. And the second one is regarding Marineland. I know we've all seen what's going on in the news. February 25th, I spoke to the issue. Ms. Hanson talked about that the Committee of Adjustments severed the one piece of property into 4 pieces, and it was for the purposes of financing. That the severances were requested by the lender, and they wouldn't finance where the whales were, so that's why it had to be severed. The lawyers and the planners, the intent that the money was used for operational purposes and to transfer the whales somewhere where they would live. The owner took an undertaking that the parcels would merge back after the financing. Now we're hearing in the news that they have no money. CBC reported that the company is teetering on bankruptcy, that one lender pulled the financing because of uncertainty about the exports for the permits for the whales to go to China. So what I wanted to bring up this for was, I asked Ms. Dolch if the severance went through. The severance did go through. It's 4 separate parcels, but they didn't get financing. So we have severed a piece of property, and there is not going to be any financing. The financing was supposed to be to take care of the whales and to move the whales to a home, and that's not happening. So I think it's important that we, as city councillors, we made that decision through the Committee of Adjustments to sever it, that Ms. Dolch said that there's a certificate that we could reverse those 4 parcels and put it back to 1. If they're not going to use that money to save the whales and to keep care of the whales, then it should go back to 1.
Okay, Ms. Dolch wanted to comment.
Thank you, Your Worship. So I have had an opportunity since our discussion to talk to the applicant themselves, applicant's agent, I apologize. And they have, so the consent application, they've been working at the registry office, so it's almost finalized. It's not fully finalized yet, but they are very close, like within, they've.
I'm sure, what's not finalized?
The consent.
Okay.
The actual consent of this piece. You know, in terms of the undertaking, yes, Councillor Lococo is correct. We'll provide an undertaking with that cancellation, allowing us to do a cancellation certificate if they can't secure financing. They have advised me that financing has been, you know, in high level secured at this point, pending the finalization of the severance. So they feel that their financing will go through once the severance is finalized.
Well, that's good to hear, the severance and the financing, but they have put, actually today, if they didn't have notification as of today, if the government wouldn't give the money, that they were looking at euthanizing the whales. And first I heard the 10th, then I heard today, so I don't know what's happening today with their discussion with the government about euthanizing the whales, but if they're getting financing, they need to take care of the whales. Mm-hmm. And I know one of the sanctuaries that they were looking at out east in Nova Scotia, it was going to be a 200-acre piece of water, and they were going to fence off 100 acres for the animals. But there's some legal challenges with the owners that live along the water, because now their water rights and access is going to be limited. So it's not going to be ready. So I don't know where the animals are going to go. The Minister Thompson said that we can't send them to China, but the whole purpose of us severing it was to take care of the animals. And I don't want to see, and I brought this up before, I don't want to see Marineland selling off 4 pieces for things that we didn't want to. And I know that Ms. Hanson said we do control the use of those 4 parcels, but still, if they are 4 parcels and they go and sell them off, I just want to ensure, because I kept on hearing the word intent. The intent is that the 4 parcels turn back to 1. That should be what happens. No intent, it should go back to 1, and the financing should go to help the whales.
So I agree with everything you said, and I can tell you, I've been in discussions with a lot of people from around the world regarding Marineland, and there are some people out there that have some ideas. I've been sharing that with government and media that have been calling me. So you're right, everybody's paying attention to this. Everyone is concerned about the whales. We want to make sure that that parcel is so valuable for tourism land. It doesn't get split up or doesn't get turned into something other than what it should be, which is an attraction. And hopefully we can get these whales put into some kind of a sanctuary situation. And I can tell you there's groups that are already working on places around the world that could potentially take them. So I'm not at liberty to share yet because they're still researching. They're using ocean experts to help them do their research. But I can tell you some of the top people in the world are looking at this and trying to come up with solutions.
And the city of Niagara Falls is going to be responsible to say, we severed that piece of property in order for them to take care of the whales, and then when they don't take care of the whales, I think that's on us. So I just want to ensure that we have that certificate of cancellation, that we can do that and work together to whatever you're doing to try to save the whales.
Yeah. Thank you. Councillor, I'm sorry, didn't mean to demote you like that, Ms. Dolch. Yeah.
Thank you, Worship. No, and I just want to clarify, as part of the conditions of consent, they are not allowed to sell the property. So even though we granted the consent for that purpose of financing, there is a condition as well, and an undertaking they have to enter into, that they cannot sell the separate properties.
Good, excellent. Thank you very much. Okay, great. New business, any other new, Councillor Patel.
Mr. Mayor, I just want to thank our staff for promptly doing the memorial crosswalk. It was done very fast. And this morning, I think the Chippewa one was done this morning and it looks beautiful. Both of them look amazing, so I want to thank our staff for doing it very fast.
Yeah, that's great. We're going to have some grand openings coming up, so thank you for that motion as well. Any other new business? Wow, you kids, so how about a plug for the Spooky Awards, Councillor Nabrowski?
The Spooky Awards, I don't have anything in front of me, but the Spooky Awards was created out of COVID to bring the community together.
You created it?
Well, we created it. Council supported it, and staff's done a phenomenal job since they launched it. We launched it back, I think it was in 2020. But either way, niagarafalls.ca/Spooky Awards. Homeowners and businesses that would like to sign up and sign their homes up or their businesses up for the Spooky Awards can do that now. And then I think that rolls into about October 17th. And then the Spooky Map goes live, which outlines, last year I believe we had over 80 entries into the Spooky Awards, very well received. And not only is it great for the community, it's also great for tourism. I know when you're on Siege Morning Live, you push it, and I've seen social media posts that are tagged from Toronto that come down to Niagara Falls to visit the Spooky Map and go around to all the great creations. So check it out if you're a homeowner and you want to get involved. Spooky Awards, niagarafalls.ca/Spooky Awards, and look out for the Spooky Map once it gets launched at the end of the month. It's a great event. I don't know if anyone around the table at their homes or businesses participate, but it's almost the holiday season during Christmas, and Halloween seems to be right on top with the holiday spirit. So I know with Frightmare in the Falls, which is a business and event I run here in the city, draws about 20,000 people to the convention center at the end of the month. And with the Spooky Awards, we're becoming a mecca of a Halloween celebration here in the city. So it's a fun event. I'm proud that I came up with it, and great on staff to keep it rolling throughout COVID and throughout the next hopefully 5 or 10 years. But yeah, great event. Check it out.
Thank you, and staff do a great job administering your great idea. So thank you for that. Any other new business? All right. The bylaws. Motion by Councillor Carrier, second by Councillor Strange to give the bylaws a first, second, and third reading. All those in favor? That's unanimous. Looking for a motion for adjournment. Councillor Lococo, second by Councillor Baldinelli. All those in favor? And we're adjourned, 7:02. All right.